Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake. Dati mihi Anglican for each service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Something looks a little bit wrong here. Do you guys see that? Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. As I strive to get everything fixed. There we go. That looks better. That's it. Sloth Life, congratulations. First in chat today. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. I know you say you've got a package coming my way, which I'm super excited about. I went to the post office today. And I've got Tumwater Troy, I've got your stickers, I've got Lynn, thank you very much. I've got a couple stickers going out. So I hope your super secret meeting went well. It did. It was great. It was fun. All right. Buffer. Oh, Sloth Life gifted the internet to Birdie B. Birdie B, where are you at? I need to find you. Birdie B. Oh, there you are. I see you. I'm coming for you, Birdie B. Can run, but you can't hide. Oh, wait. It just skipped ahead. Rules be rules. I have to find you saying something. You probably said something right now. Oh, there you are, right there. Boom. Place pin message. Boing. There we go. All right. Brady B, congratulations. You were first in chat. Well, you weren't, but under the rules, the person who was first in chat can re-gift one time the internet, and Sloth Life gifted it to you. Congratulations. That makes you first in chat. The punishment is the same as if you were first in chat. That is, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. You're responsible for everything IP related worldwide. That means if your neighbor down the road is having trouble programming their fridge to tell them when they're out of milk, they'll be calling you. If somebody's microwave that's internet connected resets, the power unplugs, plugs back in, the date doesn't get fixed or the time doesn't get fixed, they'll be calling you. And, of course, everybody else with computer problems and tablet problems and everything else, the usual stuff. So good luck, Birdie B. We'll just route all those calls to you now. Thank you. Appreciate that. My water delivery has arrived. Talked to Mrs. R.A. this morning. She called me from the hotel. And kids went swimming last night, had a blast. I think they're going on this homeschool tour of some historic areas, and their favorite thing to do is swim at the hotel. I don't know. It's like you got to see Williamsburg, Colonial Williamsburg. You know, it's touring the governor's mansion and the Capitol building, and hear actors portraying George Washington and everything else speak. The favorite thing, hotel swimming pool. All right. Anyway, she's having a great time, so that's wonderful. All right. The thing I love about this up there, they do a homeschooling days where it's a love-hate. Maybe I'll share more than I think I'll share more than I was going to, because we've got a few minutes before court starts. It's sort of a love-hate thing. The Colonial Williamsburg and some of the attractions up there, they have what's called a homeschool days, which is a extremely discounted access. So where it might normally cost $50 per person, it now costs $10. that puts it back in our price range. So that's when we go. But they always schedule homeschool days for like, this is the beginning of the season. It's like right before they actually open up for the year. And so everything is like sort of not really set up yet. And all the actors and the different people in town that play the different, tradesmen and things like that, they're still sort of learning their roles. And they also are very well aware that you paid maybe $10 to get in and not the full 50. So they're not bringing in the big bucks, and it's probably the rudest experience you can possibly get going there. It's crazy, but we love it. We love it. It's right in our budget. All right. So she's having a blast up there today with the little ones. All right. Where are we at? For some reason, my camera is a little dark. I don't know why. It's a little bit blurry. Oh, let's see. Oh, we have two birthdays today. Gabby for Justice and Michael Lay. That's awesome. We're going to sing happy birthday to these wonderful folks. And by we, I mean all of us. Yes, that even you. I know that people they'll join in. People hear you, they'll join in. Just trust me on this one. So here's what you're going to do. Stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, here we go. Happy birthday to Gabby for Justice and Michael Lee. Michael Lee. Sorry. Looks like Slay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gabby for Justice and Michael Lee. Happy birthday to you. We'll fight about pronunciation later. Michael Lee, apparently. Michael Lee. If Santa Claus doesn't drive a slee, he drives a sleigh, right? Isn't it spelled like that? To Michael and Abby, happy birthday. I realize there are a million wonderful days, but today's your special day. There are a million people you could have been with, a million places you could have gone. I messed that up totally, but of all the places you could be and the people you could have been with, you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can return some of that joy right back to you and make your day a little more specialer. English is hard. Happy birthday. Lee is correct. Alita. You should have told me. Alita, I met you. And you should have just said, stop calling me the wrong name. Stop calling me Alita Lay. Call me Alita Lee.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Alita Lee. Alita Lee. Okay. Now I'll remember sometimes. But I'm sorry I've mispronounced your name all these years. Next thing I know, Ard Penn is going to say her name's different as well. Ard Penn. All right. So, math is hard as well. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, McDonald's, Bob Evans, and Tammy Dunlap's house. There you go. And everywhere else that celebrates the free pancake phenomenon. Big drum finish here. Everyone grab your air drum stick. Sit down in your air drum set. And all together now. Beautiful. Recovery Addict was today years old when he found out the true pronunciation of Lee after pronouncing it for 2 years the wrong way. That is not the only word or the only name I've mispronounced every time. Every time. All right. I'm sorry. I have a terrible memory, especially with names. My kids can tell you this. I get them wrong every time. So 3 of them are gone. 1 has moved out. So I guess 4 of them are gone. And Mrs. R.A. is gone. I only have 2 left in the house right now because of everyone who's on vacation or whatever else. And I'm like, I can't. Give me. Who is it? Is it? And I'm running through the names in my head of just. What name should I call if I want to get their attention? Anyway, good times. My mother-in-law works at the historic village in Williamsburg making quilts. She turned 90 and retired this year. Sinbad, that is awesome. We might have seen her last year or the year before. We love going up to Williamsburg. It's a lot of fun. I wish they would let me metal detect there, but that would never happen. It's a historic area. But here's the thing, okay? Let me just, to all you historians out there, would you rather the artifacts of history be buried and trampled under the very feet of the people who come to see it and left there to rot? Or would you rather someone with a metal detector come and very nicely, in a clean manner that doesn't damage the soil, dig up those artifacts for you to be able to present and show actual things as they exist still? I'm just saying. There are some of us in the metal detecting world who are happy to metal detect and let you keep everything we find. Okay? Trust me, I found a $5 gold coin. Guess what? I did not keep that. That went to the person whose property it was on. We can make a deal. We can make a deal. I just like to find things. I'd hate for things to just rot and rust under the ground. I realize that, there are some archaeologists who are like, no, but once it's out of the ground, if you don't document the orientation and the depth and the layouts, then you lose the context. And it's like, it's lost anyway, right? It's already lost. And don't tell me you're going to dig this whole place up, because I know you're not. You're going to dig up like a 9 foot by 9 foot square and you have string all over the place and to go down 2 feet, and then you'll be done. And then you'll just try to describe the entire area. Well, you might miss it. You might miss it. Or his username checks out. Yeah. If any of you have a property that needs to be metal detected, I'm looking for a fun place to go. Did you tell YouTube to quit stopping me from being gifted? I have told them over and over. All I can say is that we've started to see some of the OGs who were gifted originally and then weren't for a long time started to show up again in the gifts. So hopefully the algorithm is coming full circle now. That water is good. Not a sponsor. Deer Park water. Good stuff. All right. Thank you. A big shout out, by the way. Big shout out to Broken Baker yesterday. Let us just jump in and raid his live stream. Don't leave us with him again. He was awful. Barb. I like him. Thank you, Broken Baker. He's every creator is different. I don't know anyone out there who does it exactly the way I do. And so I can't find somebody who's, my clone. It'd probably be bad if there was my clone out there, because you'd all go there. But I do appreciate Broken Baker for letting us sort of hop in and watch that Emmy testimony that just went on and on and on. Tell me what you thought about that, by the way. The Emmy that, or the forensic, I forget what her title was. I don't think she went by Emmy. What was your overall take of that? Not necessarily the questioning that seemed to be circular and just never leave the same topic. But what did you think? What did you think of her? Okay, I got this feel. It was irritating. She was evasive. She was one-sided. Was kind of vague. I like the Emmy. She was strong. I like her as well. She's very confident. Let's see. I thought she held her own. I think she did as well. Broken Baker was fine. Emmy was something. The most unimpressive Emmy I've ever seen in this. So some mixed feelings. She did have, I think she, I just about knocked my mouse off on the ground again. I need a better place for my elbow or the mouse, one of the two. Okay, where are we at? It was a fascinating experience for me to watch this Emmy play mind games with. Here's what I think. The lawyer. I was reading on the Justice for Todd Facebook group where we believe the picture from the courtroom was posted. I was reading on that Facebook group, and apparently the lawyer who was doing the questioning at the Emmy on the defense or on Todd's side. It's weird because he's the plaintiff. He's not the defendants. In this hearing, because of the way Iowa works, Todd is the plaintiff and the state is the defendant. So wrap your mind around that. But Todd's lawyer who did the questioning is, I believe, from the Innocence Project, which I didn't know. So that was quite interesting. You have 9 acres on a mini mountaintop in Appomattox. Sinbad, I can't say that. 250-year-old grandfathered in cemetery with over 40 graves. David's Creek runs through our land. Bring that detector. Oh. So, Virginia, is that right? I don't know my history area. Is that in Virginia? I'm going to Virginia in July, I think, to film a documentary. I'm looking at getting an e-bike because I have to go all over on dirt roads and stuff to film this documentary, and it's carrying a bunch of gear. It's not fun to pedal with a bunch of gear. But if I had a little battery that helped me pedal, I'm like, I'm thinking about it. All right. I've wanted an e-bike since I was a kid. Actually, at the time, I wanted an electric scooter. I've never had one, so I'll probably hurt myself if I do get one. All right, get a horse, says B.L. Blasey. The horse is what you're looking for. Sorry, as soon as we got to claims of confirmation bias yesterday as the defense, I switched off. It really is a never-ending loop. It was. It was just circle back from so many different angles. But Nicola Maxwell, is it your birthday? Is it your birthday? That's crazy. Hulu's doing a documentary about Ruby Frankie. E-bikes are great. I have 2. How do you ride 2, Peter? It's like having 2 horses. But yes, they're dangerous for sure. I watched the trial, says 13th juror. I think he probably did it, but there was zero evidence, in my opinion, for them to convict him. Too much reasonable doubt. Are they... Okay. I also believe, and I don't know, I didn't hear the details about the injuries, if the injury size and length matched perfectly the forks on the rake. If they matched up, which I think they need to. If they're like screwdriver holes, then that would be bad. But I don't know. It seems like somebody did this to her. I do not buy the she got up, she fell on it again, she got up, she fell on it again. Last poet says, this is an appeal. This is crazy. And I'm just now wrapping my head around this. But it goes like this. We have, let me get everything ready here. In Iowa, after all your appeals, your criminal appeals are done, 2 to be right there. Nope. 7 to be there. 2 to be there. There we go. After all your appeals are done. Hang on, I need the train. Were there any trains, by the way? You have a last ditch effort, which you can civilly file this case, which is sort of imagine being convicted of a crime in Iowa and appealing and losing your appeal, and then suing the state for your conviction, saying, hey, you messed up, I'm going to sue you civilly, and the outcome is either you shorten my sentence, you let me go, you give me a new trial, or everything just stays as it is. Those are the 4 options we have. So it's a civil suit asking for a new trial, really, I think is what they're going for. They're not going for let me go. But it's wild. Let's get to the puncture marks, says Nicola. It's not my birthday, but I do love to sing all the birthdays. All right. You can rewind and sing with us then. This is because it's the last ditch effort, it has a very, very low chance of success. And everybody on the other side is extremely frustrated because this has dragged the process on. By the time you get here, you've dragged it on for a long time. So if the claim is that she fell and it was an accident, then Emmy didn't help. Yeah. Emmy held her own on that one. So as everyone's getting ready in court here, we're looking at, I believe that is the state. There's the Those were the prosecutors who were the defendants in this civil suit, which was the weirdest thing. Let's see. What if she was using the rake because she couldn't? I've got a text here. What if she was using the rake because she couldn't reach the light bulb, so was wrapping the cloth around the handle of the rake, then puts the rake handle down against the wall with the tines out towards her back. Then she loses her balance, falls backwards towards the tines, pokes her back, but not that deep. Then comes out of her bed because of the force of her falling. Now the rake falls and she lands on it. The problem is the ME says it looks like there were 3 different strikes. It wasn't 4 punctures and 4 punctures and 2 of them happened to overlap. Okay, because there are 4 tines. Apparently, when Todd found her, 2 of the tines were stuck in her back, not 4. And he removed that from her at that time after he rolled her over. Yeah, it's just wasting taxpayer money. Oh, wow. Let's see. I don't know who just sent me this. Who just sent me all the pictures? Autopsy pictures. We've got the rake, the knee, the hands. Ooh, the hands. The hands have like point marks that hurt, that have injuries. Like blocked a swing of a rake type thing. Her head has a point and a point on her ear. It looks like she was just hit over and over with this all over her body. Well, that does it. Did I manage to fix the 911 call? Let me tell you what I did. I did some work on the 911 call, and it's super loud. I apologize. Here we go. We're gonna play just the 2 parts of the 911 call. It's not very clear. It's terrible because there's audio over audio, but it sounds like this. I have to turn on my keyboard first. Here's the other one. Those are the 2 sound effects, just as they sounded in the video. Me playing around with slowing them down, making them louder, doing a bunch of other stuff. Here's the first one. Here's the second. Okay, it's really not that good. That's the second one. Here's the first one slowed down. Yeah, the first one sounds more legitimate. So I played with it, and it's the problem is the cops' radios going off at the same time, and trying to remove the 2 voices from on top of each other was not easy. Can you please put the picture of the corn rake up for those people who have not seen it? That would be right here. I like this picture. This is from the original trial. I like this picture because it really gives you perspective. The corn rake is right between those 2 people, so you can tell that the tines are, about a foot long. Okay, they're and it looks like somebody just took a pitchfork and just bent the forks a little bit further. I've personally used a pitchfork, and back in my day I was hired as a kid. It's slave labor. I think I was getting paid 50 cents an hour or something to move a It was just lawn clippings. It was a grass pile that was of lawn clippings that was nearly on fire because it generates heat. And I accidentally took the pitchfork and stuck it in the ground, but because the pitchfork curves, it sort of drove it back towards my foot, and I felt one of the tines go right through my shoe and between my big toe and my first toe. And it scared me so bad. I'm sitting there, I speared my shoe all the way through the sole and everything. And I can feel, I'm like wiggling my toe first. I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm just in shock. Can I stab my toe or not? But yeah, those things are, they're strong. They can definitely go through a body pretty easily, especially if it doesn't hit bone. But that was it. So defendant is coming back out this morning, getting ready to start. This is a bench trial, meaning there's no jury here. So it's a civil bench trial. Post-conviction relief is what they're seeking. Could she have tripped and fell back on it? Tina, yes. Yes, very much. Especially that fork, naturally, if you lay it down, it's going to either be, the tines down or tines up. Those are the two positions it's going to be. I guess it could possibly be on its side. But the tines up is a natural way for the fork to rest on the ground, which is not safe. But it would support it, so if you fell on it, it wouldn't like roll out of the way. It would just stab you. It's terrible. Bite Me says, not received my sticker yet. Someone must have hijacked it. Ask Buttercup. Ask Buttercup. Because they were sent. Let me know if they don't show up, because I was a little late sending some out. But probably any day now. The key thing in my mind is the son didn't know how long him and his father were apart. First he said 1 minute 40 seconds. Now he's saying he can't remember. Even for a kid, 1 minute 40 seconds is an awfully specific time period. Here's where I am on this trial. It is 100% clear to me that he did have motive. It's very probable that he had opportunity. And I'm convinced that this was, in fact, a attack and not an accident. But I need them to link him to it. Just because he could have done it doesn't mean he did it. So I need to hear that evidence just a little bit. So possibly, because I didn't hear the original trial, possibly hearing about how his flat, calm demeanor after she died. It does help to hear him say cheating whore in the audio recording as he's doing CPR, which is, I always thought it was staying alive, not cheating whore. But I guess as long as you get the rhythm right, it doesn't matter what you say to keep the beat going. Why did he tell the son to look in the shed and not the house? Because he knew where she was? No, because she hadn't returned with the pet carrier, and he wanted the pet carrier, which I think they were using to move piglets. Put the piglets in the pet carrier, and they can move them around. That's what they were preparing the barn for. So she hadn't returned with it. He's like, hey, go get the pet carrier. Sarah says it was definitely an accident. They'll prove it. Sue got your sticker yesterday. If you got yours yesterday, Rebecca, yours should be in the mail today. Just saying. I think both of those went out at the same time. Didn't hear it the first trailer. This one, I guess, once suggested you hear what you want to hear. Dash, I could play it over and over for you. This is the first. This is when he says supposedly cheating whore. That was it. And then this is when he says, go to or see you in Hades or something. You cheating whore. says it fast. So I slowed that one down, and it goes like this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't hear it the second time very well. Did anyone hear a train yesterday with Broken Baker? Because our counter is only at 1. Broken Baker's covering Karen Reed today. I will not be covering the live hearing, but we'll probably talk briefly about any rulings that come out from that. I am interested in the end result. And it could be a spicy one, honestly. The Karen Reed hearing might be, depending on which side you believe, because the two sides are looking at this as going to be a very different event. One side's going to be very disappointed. From what I know about the judge and how she's ruled in the past, I think defense should be worried today. That's all I know. All right. Brandy's also covering Reed. Oh, that would be great as well. Brandy does a great job. Be with Brandy. I didn't realize she was covering that today. I followed a little bit of with Ian last night as his coverage of Karen Reed. It was interesting to see the blogger there in the courtroom watching Ian Runkle and EDB on his computer. EDB is as well. Okay, so there's going to be lots of coverage there. So EDB, Broken Baker, Brandy Churchwell, all covering it live. Probably a few others as well. And you'll get a unique take with each person that watches. So find the one that you enjoy the most and go there. Laura, that's our plan, but that trial doesn't start till the first week of March. And they just dropped like 47 of the charges. So that just cut, 3 hours off the jury instructions. Kurt's going to be following as well. Tell you, great people. Melanie Little. Pretty much anywhere you go on LawTube, you're going to hear about Karen Reed today. Peter's going to probably cover as well. He's been doing some summations on those. Yeah, I know. Here's why I didn't say his name. I'm not a big fan of the drama that surrounds that case. I think it. I realize that there are cases that it's good to have the public involvement and people speak out, because a lot of times, especially if there is some sort of corruption, which if poster child for corruption might be this case, I think that's good. But there's a point where you become the story instead of the story being the story, and I think that detracts away from the case, and I think it hurts our interests in access to courts as well, because this gets a lot of exposure, and other judges see this as the problems it causes for the trial. And I think it hurts us when we say, hey, we'd like to have cameras in the courtroom for this trial. That's what I'm not a fan of. So I realize that without Turtle Boy, I think most of us would not have heard about the Karen Reed case. So you can look at it as a necessary evil in the case, but I wish we could. I wish now that we know about it, I wish that the drama could be separate and not involved. Why does he have so many lawyers? Probably because a lot of them think he's innocent. And if the Innocence Project picked it up, they might be funding this. Strange he has an all-female lawyer team. I don't know. Just works out that way. They're good lawyers. They're fighting hard for him. Young Jerks. Isn't the Young Turks? The Glare, Melanie Little, Tom CPU also covering it. Everyone but you got to show what the people want to see. There are some people who don't want to see that. I do want to follow the trial. I'll follow it personally, but I talked about this a little bit with Josh on Courtroom Confidential. Actually, we talked about it off the air. Never mind. It wasn't on the record. I just feel that this case has become so divisive that it makes it hard to have a conversation and express your feelings one way or the other without making an enemy out of somebody who disagrees with you. And I don't like that. You know that I love to discuss things and hear other viewpoints. I love to hear from people who think differently than me or feel that I'm wrong on something. And I love that we do that in an environment where at the end of the day, we can still be friends. And sometimes you change my mind and sometimes you don't. Sometimes I change your mind and sometimes I don't. I've found that particular case is very difficult to do that in. I think it's important. Don't get me wrong. I don't wish it just goes away. I think it's raised some issues that need to be addressed, possibly with charges for other people. I'm not solidly on one side of the fence or the other, even though I say possibly charges with other people. I think that police doing a poor job and covering up something is a problem. But two things can be true at the same time. So I'll see where the evidence takes us, and hopefully that we can get some changes where it's needed. Okay. Got a call from somebody. Let's see who this is.
Call from Becky.
Hey, Becky, how are you doing?
Good. How are you today?
Fabulous. We're just waiting for court to start here.
Yes, and I wanted to say I'm very glad you're covering this. It's a type of trial we don't normally see,
yes,
and it's very interesting.
I don't know any other states that have this setup like they do in Iowa, but it is interesting. No. It's interesting to see the shoe being on the other foot, where defense has to lead and the prosecutors can cross. It puts everything backwards. I realize that it has. Go ahead.
I watched the first trial, just every minute of it, and I happen to be one that thinks he's innocent. So that's another reason why I'm really glad that you're covering it. I think he deserves the chance and the time that they're spending.
Yeah. Well, they are spending time. I mean, we've got this case for about a week is what we're slated for. Might go longer if everyone gets questioned as much as the ME did, because there were 40 people on the witness list. So.
Oh my God! Yes.
Yeah, but
I don't think he has a chance. But I'm so happy. I noticed the comment that said everybody but you was, covering Reed, and I'm just so happy that you're covering this.
There is plenty of true crime out there to cover. This is every time it gets like this, I always call it like the Super Bowl of true crime. There's just so much going on. There are cases all over the place that are interesting and fascinating. I've always been one to like cases that are different, that we haven't seen before, that have a unique element to it. This one has several of those, so I'm glad to be here for it.
Good. Well, thank you so much, Scott, for all you do, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Becky. Appreciate it. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Becky. Appreciate the call. I have to say, I got Wendy by proxy sent me a note. She sent me a note in a package. Maybe it was 2 packages. I'm not sure. It says, "You were too gleeful of Thomas's pain the other week with the sour punch roulette." And so I now have pickle pops. All these are green, so you're gonna see the courtroom through them. Pickle pops, which are like those little freeze pops, but they're just dill pickle juice. 26 dill pickle snack size Slim Jims. Didn't even know they made those. I've got pickle cotton candy. I've had this sent to me before. I'm not a fan of that one. This says pickle candy on it. It has a little pickle there, you can see. Individually wrapped. It just says pickle candy. Some dill pickle seasoning from McCormick. Looks good. I might try that one. And then this says Arctic Farms freeze-dried kosher dill pickle chips. Large bag. So that's what's in this box. So thanks, Wendy. Have to admit, I want to try the Slim Jims now because I've always liked Slim Jim. I didn't realize they made something. Grip and rip. Grip and rip, it says. The Slim Jims look the most appealing on them. Oh, you just grab it and tear the top off. Nice. That's a lot of pickle. They are just like Slim Jim. It's not a pickle in a Slim Jim package, but it just says, fancy a bite of the James? What? Slim Jim Vlasic. It's a combo. I'll give it a try. That's actually good. It's actually really good. Britt Bottoms, yes. Thank you. I think my kids...
Shame on you, sir.
I think my kids have it. It came with a neat little stand. Thank you, Britt Bottoms. The pickle has a burn, like an aftertaste. I might eat all of these today. Is this a single serving box? Serving size. There are 4 servings in here. Oh no, serving size is 4 sticks. There's probably like 12 servings in here.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I know my kids have it. They're just gone right now. I don't know where they put it. See, what happens is when I go to the post office and they're with me, they open all my packages before I even get home.
Alex stole it.
And then I have to fight to get stuff back. Big Sky DMC. I saw on the Facebook post from the page that says the Free Todd, basically. I saw on that page that the lawyer who was questioning the ME is from the Innocence Project. Now, does that mean that the Innocence Project is, all the lawyers are from there or what? I don't know. But that's what I heard. Mr. Upatorso says his trial lawyer just saw the medical examiner report and evidence and agreed it didn't look like an accident. They went with the best possible defense for their client, having regret it didn't work. Ain't enough, in my opinion. Mr. Opetorso, I don't think you're wrong. You're pretty much right every time you say something. Your experience in the law field shows through. But isn't it strange to have the defense lawyer wave the white flag so early in a trial?
Call from Welsh Lady.
Welsh Lady. Welsh Lady, good morning. How are you doing?
Hello, Scott. I'm all right, thank you. I'm doing not so bad, love. I can't complain. Hello, chat. Hello, mods. I'm doing all right. I'm still bedbound, but I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get him determined. I did this 10 years ago. I'm gonna do it again.
Oh, good.
So I will get it. But okay, I got a few things to say.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, number one, I watched this trial when it was first on.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it on LNC, and when I watched it, I still am firmly in my belief that he was guilty. Might be an unpopular opinion. Don't hold it against me, peeps, okay? But it might be an unpopular opinion, Scott, but I think he's still guilty. Because it's not just the fact that she apparently fell on a rake 3 times, right? It's not just that. It's all the other evidence that came with it. You know, at the moment, we're looking at what was on the stand yesterday, right?
Yeah.
But we thought there was a lot of other evidence of controlling behaviour, of cheating, of lots of different things that he did too. That there was, me, I would have voted guilty if it was me. So that's the one thing that I wanted to say. It was a good trial, and I think that, you know, he came across as a sympathetic defendant, looking at him in the courtroom and what have you. But I do believe that the jury got it right. This is great to see a new, different side of a hearing, because I've never seen this before, and I love it when I see something that I've never seen before. So, and this seems to be happening a lot to me lately. Like, I've never seen the drama that was in the ASAP Rocky trial before. I've never seen the YSL gang trial go so long, and the judge and the recusal. All of that, what we did when we read court.
That was crazy.
And that was nuts. I hadn't seen that before. And I was on replay crew trying to catch up with you all, and on the piano killer, and I got a theory on the roses. Do you want to hear my theory?
Yeah, let's hear your theory.
Just on the roses, right?
Okay, this is the rose petal,
Yeah.
twisted rose petal trial.
Yeah, the rose petal. This is rose petal theory, right? I just sat this, and I sound bonkers, right? But I was just sat there watching and thought, rose petal. And what else can you spell rose petal? Opera set, right? I made the word opera set out of rose petal, right? What do you do in an opera when you have a grand performance? Well, they throw roses. They throw roses at the stage. It's the grand performance. And then I thought, yeah, he's a huge talented pianist doing this solo Beethoven's work. He probably has roses thrown at him, and
so he was celebrating his solo murder with roses.
Yeah, I think he was.
That is twisted.
listen, man. Right?
Welsh Lady,
It was
that
his
is
grand.
that is
It
wonderful.
was his grand crescendo. You know, it was his crescendo to what he did, and you know, I've never seen a defendant like him before.
Yeah.
You know, and it was him. I think it was his masterpiece, and so the rose petals was stemming from and stemming.
Yeah.
Excuse the pun, for stemming from that. What do you think of my rose petal theory?
I think it's fantastic and very twisted, which fits right in with the trial. So, Welsh Lady, I hope you get feeling better. I hope you get to read some more books on your YouTube channel. 'Cause people need your voice.
I know.
But,
I've been feeling. I'm so sorry to everybody. I will, like, today is a good day. Thank you so much for putting my link up. Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
you're wonderful.
And I'm doing different things on there, but I'm now.
The
I have
wonky
to be
donkey
off.
will always be my favorite. So
And you know what, though, about that wonky donkey? I talk about Ricky on that as well.
Yeah.
How Ricky.
Yeah.
I say, oh, the wonky donkey wearing the cowboy hat looks like you, Ricky. And so that will always stay with me.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's many other things on there to find that people like different things.
Yeah.
But if I'm like I am now, and I'm out of pain, I'm on 24-hour morphine to say,
No.
and I'm out of pain,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm able to. Yeah, this is me on. But I don't sound that different, do I?
No, you sound wonderful. You sound great. So. Well,
But I want to give you my condolences over Sharon. I did message, but I'm not sure if you got it.
yeah,
But,
I did. Thank you for that.
I'm very. She's a darling moderator who I will miss. Never fail to greet people, to just welcome people. She will be sorely missed.
Yep.
So will Ricky. And I appreciate you, Scott.
Welsh Lady, likewise. Get feeling better, all right? Get feeling better and get back up.
I will.
So.
I will do. And to give my love to Mrs. Arway, because she's such a darling.
I'll do that.
lady,
She should be home late tonight. So I'll tell her.
Well, please tell her the Welsh Lady sends her love, okay?
Right.
And thank you I will go back into chat now, and I will carry on watching this news, because this is new stuff.
Welsh
I
Lady,
like it.
Did I
I
ever
love
tell
what
you,
you're doing.
Did I ever tell you that I thought I was Norwegian, but it turns out I'm Welsh?
You were Welsh?
Uh-huh.
No.
See, my grandpa...
Are you serious?
My grandpa, I went and visited as a child in Norway, and he lived in Larvik. I found out about 10 years ago that he wasn't my grandpa. It was some other guy in Wales. That's my mom's dad. And so there's a fun family
Funny enough,
story.
I found the same thing out. I found the same thing out, that my grandpa wasn't my grandpa, and my real grandpa's in America. He's deceased now, unfortunately, but he lives in America, so I have aunties and uncles in America. But we're in Wales. Do you know?
Oh, man. Even if I knew, I wouldn't be able to pronounce it. You guys have the weirdest names.
Oh, no, come on now.
I'll see if I can find the information
It's not in language.
Here's what I know. My grandma and my grandpa got married. That day, my grandpa went off and joined the Merchant Marines and was gone for 2 years. Came back, and there was a child who was a year old. And he was the hairdresser. Was the daddy? He was the hairdresser.
Oh.
So yeah.
Right.
So I've got some Welsh hairdresser heritage in me. So.
You are. So you were a part Celtan. Well, Lola Scots and the Irish now.
Yep.
You're the Scots, Irish, and Welsh. Welcome you into the Celtic land.
You know, I'm pretty much purebred now. So, well, Welsh Lady, thank you very much. It's wonderful talking
Love
to you.
speaking with you. Yeah, I will.
Right.
I'm determined. Take care now, my lovely.
Yep, we'll see you.
Ta-da!
Bye-bye. Oh, she's great. She's great. She does have her own YouTube channel where she reads books with that wonderful accent. Yes, it's harder to listen to Welsh unless you're familiar with it. But once it clicks, it is such a beautiful accent. I love it. She's fantastic. There's her YouTube channel over there. Listening to her read the story about the wonky donkey, you will split your side laughing. It's so funny. My granddad was from Pontypridd and lived on the same street as Tom Jones. Well, a lot of us are Welsh, maybe. All right, we are waiting for court to start. Not sure what is taking so long this morning, but any minute now. Yeah, wonky donkey. That's what it is. I have another of these Vlasic Slim Jims, the Pickle Slim Jim. They're good. Consistency is exactly like a regular Slim Jim. So texture is spot on. There's no difference. But there's just a presence of pickle. Let's see. There are 26 sticks. I don't think I'll have any left by Thursday. They're going to be gone. Dr. Bullbutter, I see you asking. I don't have it readily in front of me. I know it's not the original judge. The original judge was a gentleman, and this is a lady. Let's see. I will Google. Okay. Gamble? Is that right? Senior Judge Gamble. I think it's Gamble. Let me know if I'm wrong on that one. I think the judge's name is Slow Coach. Okay. Jay Reno, member for 24 months. He just hit that pink or magenta colored courthouse. Says, thanks, Scott. Best moments. Live with Judge Schroeder. You giving and taking the wrench from Thal. That was funny. Ooh la la, Pat. Howdy from rainy Paris. Pat, enjoy Paris. That is beautiful. Jedi Jess says a super chat. We appreciate everyone who came and hung out with you all. We were wonderful, so patient with Discord. Thank you, Jedi Jess. Appreciate you guys over there on Baker's channel. Not receiving my sticker yet. Someone wants to hijack it. I think it's coming. If you don't get it, obviously, the next day or so, let me know. Somebody asked about my kids. Watchful Witness. Yes. We do homeschool our children. The 3 youngest are homeschooled. The oldest 3 are in college. So we've homeschooled all of them. But the oldest 3 have now moved on to college. And yes, it's possible to homeschool and get enrolled in good colleges. It's there. October senior judge, I think, is the title. think we're getting close to getting started here. Selena K gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Selena. Our wonderful mod, Samantha Terry, was the first recipient. Congratulations, Samantha. How was their transition to college? Pretty smooth, because before they graduate high school, they actually dual enroll in college. So they're doing their senior year of high school and their first year of college at the same time. And it makes it pretty smooth. So all of my kids have started doing remote online college and then transitioned to in-person. So we've got another one going out here this summer to in-person college on campus. It works well, and their grades are fantastic. OG Sean White, member for 14 months. OG, one of our true OGs as well. Been here longer than that, though. Man, these are good. I wish I could share them all with you. Teresa, the way it works, we homeschool year-round, so they don't get breaks, which is sort of funny. So we're not on the same schedule exactly as a public school, although when public school's in session, we're in session, but we also do homeschool through the summer. So our kids end up graduating early because they've taken summer school and regular school. Don't tell them that other kids get summers off, because we don't want them to know. So by the time they're in high school, they're taking just a light high school class load and a light college load to sort of get them transitioned over. Beth, welcome to the gallery. That's 12 months. Congratulations, Beth. I agree, Mr. Upper Torso. He does have supporters. I know he's got... Oh, Judge is here, finally. I know he had some land, so he did have some means, some money. Just waiting for the judge to push the button.
Place an agreement
There we go.
regarding exhibits on the record. Ms. Steenson, were you going to take care of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed when you're ready.
I apologize. There's a lot of numbers that I will be reading, but we have the state has stipulated to a numerous amount of our exhibits, and we have also stipulated to some of their exhibits for admission, starting with 201 to 202, 204 to 208. However, Exhibit 206 will be refiled as what was presented in the criminal trial, Exhibit 66. Exhibit 221, 225 to 230, 232, 253 to 255, 257 to 271, 287, 289, 290 to 291, 295 to 96, 302, 309, 316 to 322, 324, 326 to 344, 347 to 352, 354 to 355, 380, 500 to 580, 600 to 655, and then states exhibits F through J.
That's a lot of exhibits.
Thank you. Counsel for the state, is that accurate with regard to the proposed exhibits On behalf of the applicant, is there any objection to their admission?
No, Your Honor, that is a correct recitation of our agreement. However, with regard to some of those exhibits, as we discussed in chambers, it's with the caveat that they are being admitted to streamline the process, but that any portions that were ruled upon by the court that would not come in, such as discussion related to Alfredo Parish, for example, that would not be considered by the court.
All right. The identified exhibits on behalf of the applicant will be admitted to the extent any portion of the admitted exhibits would contain information that was previously ruled on as not admissible by the court. The court will not consider that portion of the admitted exhibit. And then with regard to the state's identified exhibits, those will be admitted as well. Any other preliminary matters that we need to address before getting back into evidence on behalf of the applicant?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. You may call your first witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Jennifer Hammers.
Dr. Jennifer Hammers.
Good morning, doctor. Take your time, come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left. Yep, go ahead and have a seat. If you'd raise your right hand. You've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Okay, and then there's a microphone in front of you, a bottom button in the center. Perfect. And then you can adjust the chair and the microphone so that you can sit comfortably.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting that she's
whenever you're ready.
sworn in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Seated.
Good morning, Dr. Hammers.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Hammers, Jennifer Hammers.
Were you retained as an expert by attorneys for Todd Mullis in this case?
Yes, I was.
And are you here this morning to offer opinions about your evaluation and work in this case?
Yes, I am.
We'll get to that in a minute, but I want to start by asking you about your background and experience. What is your current profession, Dr. Hammers?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Briefly, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology, which is a specialized area of medicine that specifically focuses on the investigation and determination of cause and manner of death, primarily for decedents who die suddenly or unexpectedly.
Where is your practice based out of?
It's based out of Western Pennsylvania, so in the Pittsburgh area.
Do you currently work as a forensic pathologist for any governmental entities?
My business holds contracts with different counties, which are governmental entities, to perform autopsies for their counties.
Why do those counties have contracts with you to perform those autopsies?
So they're small counties that aren't large enough to have their own medical examiner system, like there are in many larger cities and states. And so those small counties will contract with forensic pathologists to perform their autopsies, because the coroners who are responsible for the investigation are not typically physicians or even are not typically forensic pathologists or even physicians.
Do you perform the same services for those counties that a medical examiner would in a larger county?
Yes, I do.
In your capacity with your contracts with those counties, do you work with police and law enforcement at all?
I do.
And what do you do in that capacity with law enforcement?
I get information from law enforcement about their investigation. I'll get reconstruction reports if the police do accident reconstruction. And depending on the county, there will be detectives or police who will show up to observe the autopsy, take photos from the autopsy, or collect evidence.
I want to come back to your current employment in a minute, but let's talk briefly about your education. Are you a medical school graduate?
I am.
What degree do you have?
I have a DO, or a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine.
Is that different from an MD?
The medical training is the same. There's some additional training in osteopathic manipulation that osteopathic physicians get, but essentially the basics of the medical education and the time that it takes to become a physician and the training is the same.
After graduation, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
For 4 years.
And after your residency, did you do a fellowship?
Yes.
Where?
I did my forensic fellowship at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office based in Manhattan, and I stayed there for a second year of fellowship, specifically focused on forensic neuropathology and cardiac pathology.
What did you do during your fellowship?
So I performed autopsies primarily. I testified in court to my findings. And in my second year, I served on the consultant service to examine hearts and brains that were saved from our forensic cases. During that year, I also continued to perform autopsies.
While you were performing your fellowship in New York, were the autopsies that you were performing only on people who had been residents of New York City before they died?
No, the jurisdiction, the law indicates that anybody who dies within the city, it's the responsibility of the medical examiner to investigate and determine the cause and manner of death. So that included tourists, people who were brought into hospitals in New York City from other states or other counties. Those all fell under our jurisdiction.
In addition to things that for you would be typical autopsies, did you perform any autopsies involving atypical deaths?
Yes, certainly.
Can you give me some examples?
Sure. We had deaths that were unusual because of being in a city. We had people who jumped off of buildings and bridges and would be injured by objects on the ground or close to the ground. We had, because of the nature of the medical centers there, we had people from rural areas that either had work-related accidents, industrial accidents, that would be brought into the city.
When your fellowship was over in New York City, where did you go?
I took a job as a medical examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
Dr. Bullbutter, hang on, I'm searching it right now.
And what geographic area did your work in that office cover?
So we covered all the cases from the Boston area, but we also received cases from the entire Commonwealth, so all the way to the western border.
And just like in New York City, what kinds of cases did you see while you were there that might be different from more typical cases?
So certainly a lot of water-related deaths. We had an increase in rural deaths, so vehicular accidents, farming accidents, accidents, in the woods while skiing on a mountain, those types of things.
After your time in Boston, where did you go next?
I moved back to New York City. I was invited to come back and work there, so I went back to the New York City Medical Examiner's Office and worked for 4 years.
Did you have any particular responsibilities during those 4 years in New York?
So in addition to doing autopsies again, for the first 2 years, I was the fellowship program director for the 2 programs that I had graduated from. And so that meant that I was responsible for training and helping maintain the accreditation for that program. So I did a lot of teaching of the fellows during those 2 years that I was in Manhattan. The second 2 years I moved to Brooklyn and I was the deputy chief medical examiner of the Kings County facility, which covered cases for Staten Island and Brooklyn. And in that role, I basically was in charge of running that office, the day-to-day operations. There were 7 other medical examiners that worked with me. The fellows rotated. We had medical students from primarily from Downstate University. And then a staff of about 40 people. So I ran that office and then was part of the City Medical Examiner's executive team, which made decisions about hiring, budgets, running the DNA lab, running all of the offices and the training programs.
For those jobs that you had in Boston and New York, did you testify in court?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify in cases where your conclusion was that the death involved was a homicide?
Yes.
Did you testify in cases where you drew other conclusions?
Yes.
What did you do after your time in New York?
So I was looking for a job or evaluating jobs as a chief medical examiner, and ultimately was offered a position in a private practice in Pittsburgh with Dr. Cyril Wecht. So I accepted that position and moved to Pittsburgh to work with him in his private practice to help him perform autopsies.
Is Dr. Wecht still alive?
No, unfortunately, he passed away just about a year ago.
And what was your job with Dr. Wecht?
So my job was to work for his practice. I primarily performed autopsies, completed autopsy reports, and testified in court to those findings.
Did you ultimately leave Dr. Wecht's practice?
I did.
When did you do that?
In November of 2022.
And what did you do next?
So in November of 2022, I started working for myself full-time. And so I had already been performing per diem autopsies for other counties that needed help or when people were on vacation. And I had my own medical legal consulting cases that I worked on. So I just transitioned into doing that full-time.
And why did you do that?
I felt like after, almost 10 years working for the government and 5 years of working for Dr. Wecht at 15 years of experience, I had always wanted to either run an office or work for myself, and I felt like that was a good time for me to do that.
How many employees does your business have now?
We have, between full-time and part-time people who work with us, 14 people.
You told us earlier that you hold contracts to perform autopsies for various counties in Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Yes.
What percentage of your time in your current practice is spent doing work for those counties?
I would say probably about 60 to 70%.
And in terms of the demographics of those counties, are they rural or urban or suburban, or what is their makeup?
They're primarily rural, with one county having some small areas that are, I would consider, a little more suburban.
For the autopsies that you've performed for those rural counties, what kinds of injuries are you seeing at autopsy?
The whole variety. We see the typical cases that medical examiners see, like motor vehicle crashes and gunshot wounds, but we see a lot of deaths in more rural areas, like people on dirt bikes or ATVs, farms, people at work who are passing away, those types of cases.
In your current practice, do you testify in court?
I do.
And have you testified on cases in your current practice where your opinion has been that the manner of death was a homicide?
Yes.
All right, you said that I think you said 60 to 70% of your current practice is with those counties, is that right?
Yes.
What else are you doing with the rest of your professional time currently?
So I participate in medical legal consultations, like I've done on this case, and a large amount of that other time is spent teaching and as the pathology division chief at the Duquesne University College of Osteopathic Medicine. I
want to come back to your teaching in a minute, but you mentioned that you do consulting work. Can you explain what a consulting forensic pathologist does?
Sure. So primarily we're asked to review records. Typically it's cases where either a living or decedent person has had evaluations, and I'm given either medical records, autopsy reports, photographs, investigative information, and I'm asked to review that, analyze that, and offer independent opinions based off of my review.
Who are the clients that retain you for those consultations?
Attorneys do.
In what kinds of cases?
All kinds of cases. I've consulted in civil cases. I've consulted in criminal cases, both for the prosecution and the defense, Title IX cases, on college campuses, arbitrations, living victims of things like strangulation, so a whole variety.
And are you retained more often for one side or the other in those consults?
I would say for the consultations, it's probably about 50-50.
And have you been called to consult on criminal cases as well as civil cases?
Yes, I have.
In some of those consults, are you performing an autopsy?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Sure. For some of the cases that you're consulting on, have you been asked to perform an autopsy?
Oh, occasionally. It's uncommon, but yes.
And for those cases where you're not performing an autopsy, but you're consulting, do you follow a different procedure in terms of the way that you evaluate the case?
No, I follow the same procedure.
Well, if you're not performing an autopsy, how are you able to get information to aid in your evaluation?
Well, I'm using the autopsy and the information that's documented in the report, in the photos, in their investigative reports, and reviewing that and drawing my own conclusions from that, and then placing that autopsy into the context of all of the other information that's available, just like I would do if I performed the autopsy.
As a consulting pathologist, do you have clients who retain you to provide opinions in a case who elect ultimately not to use those opinions?
Yes. So my opinions are my opinions. If they choose to use them, they may. If not, then they may not.
Is it a concern for you if a client elects not to use your opinions?
No, it's not.
All right. You mentioned that you teach, and in addition to your work with Duquesne University, are you teaching anywhere else currently?
I teach at Duquesne University in 2 other programs other than the medical school, in the Masters of Forensic Science and Law program, and at the law school at Duquesne. And then I teach a course at Boston University in their Masters of Anthropology program.
Have you presented and published on topics in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Are you a licensed physician?
I am.
In what states?
Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, and California.
Are you board certified in any subjects?
Yes.
What subjects?
Anatomic and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you a member of any forensic pathology professional societies?
I am.
What societies?
I'm a member of our 2 national societies, the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Do you hold any leadership or committee positions in forensic pathology?
I do.
And can you tell me about any of those?
Sure. So I am part of the American Board of Pathology's Test Development Review Committee for our continuing certification, which are questions that we have to answer quarterly in order to maintain our license. So on that committee, we review questions, we edit them, we update them, make sure they're current, look at feedback from the test takers, and consider that. I also am part of the ACGME, which is the Graduate Medical Education Council, which certifies our training programs in pathology, so both in primary pathology, anatomic and clinical, and all of the subspecialties. So we review those programs annually and issue citations if programs are non-compliant with the requirements.
In total, Dr. Hammers, at this point in your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably just under about 6,000.
Have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Has a court ever determined that you were not qualified as a forensic pathologist?
No, it is not.
In your career with teaching, have you been involved in running any teachings or trainings for law enforcement?
I have.
And can you tell me what that has been?
Sure. So for the last probably 5 or so years, I've taught for the Pennsylvania State Police, who put on a basic homicide, advanced homicide, and cold case lecture series or educational series. There's probably about a total of 5 of those trainings a year between the 3 of them, and I lecture in all 3 of them.
At this point, Your Honor, we're seeking to qualify Dr. Hammers as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state desire any additional record?
No, Your Honor. I don't think this is necessary under Iowa law. She's qualified by her testimony or opinions, there's no requirement that the court make that finding.
What?
I agree. Certainly I agree that this witness qualifies as an expert.
I'll proceed, Your Honor. Thank you. Are the opinions that you're going to offer in your testimony today, Dr. Hammers, opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
And the opinions that you're going to testify about today, are those opinions you reached using techniques that are generally accepted in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 276.
Doesn't she need the expert designation so she can speculate?
And just so the court's aware while that's being pulled up, Your Honor, I don't think for this exhibit, but for other exhibits that have been admitted today, we do intend to publish those to the gallery today.
Good.
Just let me know, I guess, counsel, if there's one that you would like
Thank
put
you,
up on the big screen.
Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 276 in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
And if you need to look through it to answer this question, please let us know. But is this a true and accurate copy of your CV and the report that you issued about your opinions in this case?
I only see the cover sheet of my CV.
If you'll look, we'll move through that for you.
Can you go just a little bit slower because it's all gray? That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
The judge doesn't want us to read her screen.
Have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 276?
Yes, sorry, it came back to the CV again. So
All right.
Yes, I see.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report in this case and your CV?
It does appear to be, yes.
All right, and Your Honor, at this point, we're seeking to admit into evidence Exhibit 276.
Judge, if I may, sorry.
Yep, any objection?
276 in the CV, we have no objection to that portion of it. The report that Dr. Hammers authored, which I think is dated March 10th of 2023, correct?
I believe so.
Is hearsay, since it was prepared in preparation for litigation, is not admissible. I believe there's also some affidavits that are attached to it that are likewise hearsay as well. So that's our objection.
The court will take those objections under advisement, and we'll move forward since this is a bench trial. You may continue.
Thank you. And I have a binder for the witness of Exhibit 276 and two other reports that I think we've conferred about and may seek to offer into evidence, but not at this time. I just want the witness to have them available for her testimony. So we'll provide that notebook to her.
Okay, Mr. Brown, did you want to review whatever this is that the witness is going to have available to
So I
her?
was provided a copy of that before we came in, and I know we've already discussed this issue back in chambers. We are going to have an objection to the two other reports that are contained in that binder for the reasons we stated in chambers. And just for the record, this is in the two cases that we gave the court, or three, was In Re Stenzel, 827 Northwest 2nd, 690, 2013 Iowa Supreme Court case, which also references two other cases, State versus Barrett, 445 Northwest 2nd, 749, an Iowa Supreme Court case from 1989, and Bruner versus Brown, 480 Northwest 2nd 33, Iowa Supreme Court case from 1992. Our objection would be to those reports and the consideration of those by the witness, in as much as they're going to use them in this way, just to alert the court to this. The expert here is, as State versus Barrett says, does not empower one expert witness to state other experts also subscribe to the same conclusion. Essentially, what we believe this is going to be is vouching. It also is the same 5.703, which is the rule of evidence. I believe that they're going to be relying on is not intended to be a mechanism for experts to self-bolster their own opinions with the opinions of other experts. That's Bruner versus Brown, the case I just cited. So I realize the court may take all of this information subject to that objection, but in as much as she relies on that, where it crosses this line that clearly Iowa's case law indicates that she cannot cross, we would ask the court to certainly consider our objection under those circumstances.
Ms. Thompson, did you wish to make any additional record on this point at this time?
I was going to say I'd like to reserve argument on this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's fine. Obviously, I don't know how the testimony is going to come in yet. I understand that this may be an issue as it does, and certainly I'll allow both parties an opportunity to make any additional arguments that they wish. You may proceed at this point, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hammers, you mentioned earlier that you were retained by Mr. Mullis's counsel to review materials related to this case and offer your opinions. What specifically were you asked to do?
I was asked to review multiple pieces of information, review them, analyze them, and offer opinions concerning my review based off of my education, training, and experience.
All right, now, you did not conduct an autopsy of Ms. Mullis in this case, is that right?
That's correct, I did not.
All right, did the fact that you are not a person who conducted an autopsy in this case limit your ability to reach opinions about her death or about the pattern of her injuries?
It does not.
Why not?
I'm able to review Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, the photographs that she had taken, the toxicology report, the medical records, EMS records, and the photographs that Dr. Thompson had taken at the hospital, and analyze all of those just like I would if I was doing the autopsy and preparing to sign a death certificate, and be able to issue opinions based off of that.
Did your process in evaluating Ms. Mullis's death differ from the process you'd follow in cases where you did perform the autopsy?
My process did not, no.
In general terms, what sources of information did you rely on to evaluate Ms. Mullis's death?
So I had the autopsy report, photographs, toxicology report. I had medical records from Ms. Mullis's hospital visit on the 6th of November, as well as when she came to the hospital the day that she passed away. I had the investigative reports from the police documenting the events the day that she passed away. I had Dr. Thompson's information from the hospital, as well as his photographs. I additionally received a report that Dr. Wecht had issued, and a report that Dr. Boley had issued regarding their review of the case as well.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Mullis had gone to the hospital on November 6th. How close in time was that to her going to the hospital related to her injuries in this case?
So it was about 4 days.
What was your understanding of why she went to the hospital that day?
She had a medical procedure that was like a same-day procedure that she underwent on that day.
What was that procedure?
It was what's called a DNC, or dilatation and curettage. It's a procedure on the uterus that can assist if someone is having continued uterine bleeding.
Was Ms. Mullis having that problem?
Yes, that's why she presented.
Why did you want to review records related to that procedure in this case?
Well, especially with it being so close in time to her passing away, I noticed that there had been some reports that the day that she passed away that she had some complaints of feeling tired, maybe being kind of dizzy, and she had just kind of started back to working on the farm that day after the procedure because she hadn't been feeling well. And so it's best practice to have a person's medical information in general, but certainly if they have a procedure or some kind of change in their medical history around the time that they die, it's good to know what procedure they had, any medications they were on, and anything that was documented at the hospital during that time.
As part of your the records that you reviewed in this case, did you review any records from the emergency medical services staff who'd provided assistance to Miss Mullis on her way to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the Greeley Fire Department pre-hospital care report?
Yes.
Why did you look at the EMS records?
So my standard practice and everywhere that I've worked is that when I know that there are pre-hospital records from EMS or fire first responders, is to get information from those records, either to have an investigator gather that information and have it in our report prior to autopsy, or to gather just the records themselves and be able to review them to understand what medical procedures were done and what their observations were, because findings and observations can change over the course of time prior to autopsy. So it's nice to have those different steps to be able to analyze each person's view of what they saw and what they did along the way.
And you said that you also reviewed medical records from Miss Mullis being brought to the hospital where she passed away?
Yes, I did.
And why did you review those records?
So to understand, was her condition the same when EMS saw her as when she came to the hospital? Did anything change? Did they do any kind of additional testing that would help understand why she's passing away? Did they make any observations that either weren't present at autopsy or were different than autopsy and different than what Dr. Thompson, his photographs and his report showed?
Reviewing these categories of records, prior medical care, EMS records, medical care from the day that she passed, is review of those kinds of records part of the general practices of forensic pathologists reaching cause and manner of death determinations?
Yes. So in my training, in every place I've worked, and in all of my understanding of forensic pathology practice, that is part of the process and is the beginning part of the process even prior to autopsy.
And is it the general practice of forensic pathologists to review those records before reaching opinions about cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Did you review any records or photographs from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office in this case?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
There were some, I think, two specific accounts of deputies. I think they're deputies. I'm sorry if I'm misstating that, but who had been the responders at the scene and had gone back to the farm and looked in the shed and taken some photographs.
Did you rely only on those materials to gain an understanding of the shed or issues related to the Mullis farm?
No, not just those.
What else did you do?
So I went and visited the farm and the shed to see the space for myself.
Is that a common practice for forensic pathologists?
I would say that it's not common for a forensic pathologist to go to every scene, but certainly we can choose to go to any scene that we would like to. And in cases where there's a question of in my experience, it tends to be a question of determining the manner of death that I've gone to scenes, but it could be the cause of death as well. And if you just don't have sort of what you need from the photos or the investigative report, or you need to kind of see, could this happen in the way that it's being posed to me or the way that I think it may have happened from the autopsy, it can be helpful to go to the scene.
Is gaining an understanding of the scene, whether through records review or a forensic pathologist's own investigation, is that a generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology?
It is. Typically, the only time that there isn't a scene investigation is if somebody dies at the hospital, but that would tend to be like if they're dying under natural causes. If there are unnatural causes, then certainly going back to the scene, depending on the circumstances, would be something that would be quite common for the investigators at the office, at least, to go and do.
Now, you referenced as part of your evaluation in this case, reaching determinations about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death.
Yes.
Is that a determination you've made in this case?
Yes.
Before we get to what your determinations are, what process did you follow to reach your opinions in this case?
So I would say that in this case and every case, I follow sort of a standard like scientific method to the process that I undergo in order to evaluate a death.
What is that process generally?
So basically it is gathering the beginning information that we've talked about, like the circumstances of death, the first responders, some medical information prior to the autopsy, at the autopsy performing the external exam or looking at the outside of the body, and collecting any evidence or pictures, things like that that we need. And from there, formulating some ideas or hypothesis about what the cause and manner of death likely is, and then taking those into the autopsy, performing the autopsy, collecting additional samples like for toxicology or to look under the microscope at different tissues and kind of testing those hypotheses of what we believe may be the likely cause and manner of death, and then waiting for the additional testing to come back, like the toxicology report, and then reevaluating those hypotheses of the cause and manner of death, and then ultimately, if we need more information at that point, going back and asking for it in order to make sure that we have everything we need to issue the cause and manner of death, and that there isn't anything outstanding that could be an important factor to that. And so when we get to that point, that's when we're going to issue the cause and manner of death and issue the death certificate.
All right, and Dr. Hammers, you described at the point where you've conducted the external exam and an autopsy, that being the point where you develop your hypotheses. In your practice of developing cause and manner of death determinations, are there cases where after the external examination of the body at autopsy, you make a determination of your opinions about cause and manner of death?
So after my external exam, I often have a pretty, depending on the case, I can have a pretty good idea of what is happening depending on what injuries I see on the body or what I don't see. But I always need the internal examination to be able to definitively examine those tissues inside and understand. So a good example would be, I might see a gunshot wound that's in the chest. I can tell that it went in and it went out, but I won't know how much bleeding is inside the chest. I won't know what organs necessarily that it struck without doing the internal exam. So knowing basic anatomy, I could come up with some presumptions of what likely happened, but I wouldn't know until I actually did the autopsy. And the autopsy is typically what allows you to better understand the mechanism of somebody's death or the physiologic changes that are happening to them.
All right. So as part of your review of this case, did you have materials in front of you that would let you conduct an external review of Ms. Mullis's injuries?
Yes.
And just before we start to talk about this, do people in your field sometimes use the word defect in talking about injuries?
Yes.
What does defect mean in that context?
Defect tends to be used as like an injury or a hole that you can see in either the skin or an organ, and typically it's used when you're not really sure what it's from. So you may say this is a defect, and then ultimately you come to a more specific conclusion that it's a gunshot wound defect or a stab wound defect, and you may call it then an injury. So defect tends to be a general term when we're not sure or we're not yet sure more specifically what caused it.
All right. In your review of Ms. Mullis's body in this case, did you determine that areas of her body had injuries?
Yes.
Where were her injuries?
So she had puncture types of injuries on her back and extending over to her back right side. And then she had blunt type of injuries on different parts of her body.
And we're going to talk about both of those injuries, or both of those types of injuries, but just in general, thinking about, in your evaluation of both the injuries to her back and the injuries to other areas of her body, did you consider both of those categories of injuries in reaching your opinion?
I did.
Was there one category that was more significant than another?
Yes.
And which was more significant?
So the puncture defects that were on her back and extending to her right side were ultimately the significant injuries that she had.
Your Honor, at this point, I want to show the witness and publish to the gallery Exhibit 573, which has been admitted into evidence. And this is a version of that exhibit which has been cropped somewhat for privacy reasons, which I think the state saw yesterday.
Kelly, do you see the remotes for the big TVs?
All right, who took the remote? Todd? You take the remote? Call tech support, they've got a spare.
Oh, it's on. Just needed to wake up, I guess.
The rake was going, the handle was going up above her head. The
Do
only
you
way
have the
someone
exhibit
could
in
hit
front of
her,
you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
because she was on the ladder or
what
standing,
what
she'd
are we
have to be
looking
on
at
the
here in
ground.
Exhibit 573?
So this is a photograph of Miss Mullis's back, particularly looking at it from the right side. In the upper right, you can see the back of her, where her arm meets her shoulder, so like the back of the armpit area. And there are 6 puncture defects that are on her right backside, extending across her back. And amongst some of those, there's one abrasion or scraping type of injury to the skin.
Are you familiar with a term, wound pattern analysis?
Yes.
What is that?
That's essentially when you look at each individual wound and look at any specific features like the size, the shape, the orientation, and the features around the wound. And then when you take all of the wounds that you have and look at them for any kind of patterns that they might have or similarities or differences that they might have, to try to group some or all of the injuries together to understand how someone may have sustained those injuries.
Did you do that type of analysis on the injuries on Miss Mullis's body?
Yes, I did.
And
there we go.
First of all, in general terms, how would you describe the injuries that we're seeing in Exhibit 573?
So all of the injuries but that small scrape to the skin are all puncture types of defects or penetrating defects, meaning that the injury is going deeper into the body than it is large on the surface of the skin.
Can you give me an example of something that would be a penetrating defect?
So common things that we see that are penetrating defects would be things like gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
Right. Those aren't the only types of penetrating defects, I take it?
No, there's multiple other types of objects that can cause penetrating defects, but those are the most common that we see.
Right. In this case, you've reviewed Dr. Cruz's reports, and you reviewed prior testimony from Dr. Cruz as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In Dr. Cruz's analysis or Dr. Cruz's testimony about this case, did she assign letters to various of these wounds?
Yes, she did.
All right, and have you adopted those letters in your analysis?
Yes.
Which letters have been assigned to which of these wounds in this case?
So she labeled them letters A through F. 6 wounds lettered A through F, and she started on the right side, which is the right side of this picture, with A, and then moving across the body B and C. And then D she labeled as the lowest wound, and then E and F traveling upward.
To make sure that I understand, wound A is on the right side of the picture under her armpit, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you see a wound that is up from the ruler, but sort of at the end of the ruler?
Yes.
What is that B?
That is B, correct.
All right, then in the middle of the photograph, I get, well, more on the left side of the photograph, but in line with B, do you see 3 injuries and a line?
Yes.
Okay, so the injury that has the line, that's what you described as an abrasion, is that right?
That's correct.
The injury that is below that abrasion, which number, or which letter is that?
That was wound D.
All right, and then above wound D, there are 2 injuries right there?
Yes.
And which is on the right?
C is on the right, and E is on the left.
All right, and then there's another injury that's more to the top left-hand corner of the photo?
Yes.
What's that?
That Dr. Cruz labeled as F.
Right. Are any of these wounds, A through F, different from other wounds in the pattern?
They all are penetrating injuries, but some of them are just looking at them without adjusting them or moving the skin or examining them further. Some of them are larger than other ones, and some of them are a little bit smaller.
Which are larger?
Wounds A and B are the largest, with wound A being the larger of the 2. And then wounds E and F are slightly larger than C and D.
And when you're talking about being larger or smaller in this context, are you talking about depth or circumference, or what are you referencing?
So just looking at the skin here, the differences that you can see are going to be in the somewhat the size and shape of the actual defect in the skin, or the hole in the skin, and then the skin around that defect that has some changes where you can see discoloration, which is abrasion and contusion or scraping and bleeding.
Looking at in general with these wounds, did any of them have exit wounds on Miss Mullis's body that were associated with them?
So wound A had an injury on the front right breast that was in line with all of the injury path that was ultimately described on the internal examination, and was the end point of that injury path.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that it's important to that part of your analysis is to look at medical records or records of treatment from different periods of time to gain an understanding of treatment over time. In that context, can the appearance of injuries on someone's body change over time?
Yes, they can.
And can you explain why that's the case?
Sure. So anytime the skin is broken or damaged, it makes the skin go from dry to having moisture, and anytime there's moisture on the skin or on an injury, that area is subject to drying, and that can change the color, the extent, and some of the features of the wounds.
Looking at all these pictures of the pitchfork,
I
I now want to
identified
back
which
scratcher.
of these wounds have which letter. And I think it's your testimony that these wounds had different depths, is that right?
I did not testify to that, but they did have different depths, yes.
And sorry, I want to go through and talk about the depths of these wounds, so let's start there. So for wound A, the wound on the right, how deep was that wound?
Off the top of my head, my recollection was that was about 6.5 inches deep.
And what about wound B, the next wound over?
That one was not quite as deep. I believe it was about 6 inches. And I don't know if you want me to look at the autopsy report or not, just to make sure that I'm giving you the accurate measurements.
Let me ask you this. Did you review records from Dr. Cruz where she noted measurements of the depths of these wounds at the autopsy?
Yes, in her notes and at the autopsy, she had these documented, the size, the features surrounding the wounds, the depths of the wounds, and the measurements between the wounds and the orientation of them.
And before we talk a little more about depth, let me ask you this. Just looking at the external appearance of these wounds, the way that you see them in Exhibit 573, for you as a forensic pathologist, can you draw any conclusions about a situation where you have a pattern of wounds where some of them have different appearance than the others?
Yes, I mean, I can come up with possibilities.
And what are some possibilities for why that might be the case?
So it could be that there is movement of an object while it's in the body, which can extend the size and change some of the features around of the surrounding skin. And it can be that there are more shallow or deeper depths of penetration with an object, which can change the appearance slightly. So if you presume that it's the same object causing all of the injuries, you could explain differences in them based off of movement and the depth of the penetration.
All right, and you mentioned that you think that the concept of movement is relevant to considering the pattern of injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
How does it impact your analysis of injuries to think about the body as something that moves?
So it can change. It can change two things. So if an object, thinking about an object penetrating the body and being in the body while there's movement, that can change the size and features of the wound itself. But then looking at the body as a whole and knowing that particularly this part of the body, the torso or the chest, back, and abdomen, is highly movable, it allows me to know that there can be a movement of the location of the body either closer together or further apart based off of the position that the person's body is in at the time that they're sustaining the injuries.
You mentioned earlier that having access to the measurements of the depths would aid in your testimony. And let me ask you first, in addition to looking at measurements from Dr. Cruz of the depths of these wounds, did you have access to measurements that Dr. Cruz took of the distance between the wounds?
Yes, she had those in her notes, and she had, I think, all but one of them from her notes were in her autopsy report as well.
And was that information you took into account in your analysis?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because understanding that information aids in understanding and coming to conclusions about how this set of injuries might have been sustained.
Would looking at a demonstrative of the photographs of Ms. Mullis's wounds with some of those distances noted on it, would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness a demonstrative, which we provided to the state to aid in the witness's testimony.
And as I understand it, that's been reviewed and there's no objection. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Judge. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
While they're getting set up, I'm going to show you some of the other images from the crime scene, specifically the clothing.
Are you able to see the demonstrative in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes, I am.
And what is the demonstrative that you're looking at show?
So this shows the injuries that we just saw in the previous picture, similar orientation and view, but has added colored lines and measurements between the wounds, kind of in a order from A to B, B to C, C to D, etc. And it shows the measurements that Dr. Cruz made and documented of the distances between those wounds that are the actual numbers in inches.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show the witness a slightly different demonstrative, which I believe the state has also seen. Dr. Hammers, what does the demonstrative in front of you show?
So this is an image that shows wounds B through F, as well as that small abrasion. You're not able to see wound A on this picture because it's a little more toward the right side. But this is a more straight-on picture of Miss Mullis's back, showing 5 of the 6 injuries, showing those lines again between the injuries with the measurements that Dr. Cruz took. But this time it also, next to the large black letter that is the wound that Dr. Cruz designated and that we've kept for this discussion, it shows the size of the wound as she measured it in parenthesis, and then the depth of the wound, meaning how far or long into the body that she measured the path of the injury going.
We're seeing.
And so, does looking at this diagram help you tell us, help you review for us what the depths of these various wounds were?
Yes.
Can you? I understand we can't see wound A on here, and we'll get to that in a minute. But can you tell us what the relative depths of wounds B through F were on Miss Mullis's back?
Sure. So wound B went 6.5 inches deep. Wound C went 3 3/4 of an inch deep. Wound D went 2 inches deep, and wound E was 6 1/2 inches deep, and wound F was 3 3/4 of an inch deep.
So B and E are the deepest wounds?
Of these 5, yes, those are the 2 deepest wounds.
All right, and which is the shallowest wound?
Wound D at 2 inches was the most shallow.
As an aside, I mean, looking at the measurements here between the wounds, for instance, did Dr. Cruz mention that the distance between wound B and wound C was 3 inches?
Yes, she did.
Does that mean that if wounds B and C were sustained at the same time, that they were 3 inches apart at the time an injury was sustained?
They may have been, but not necessarily based off of the position of Miss Mullis's body.
And can you explain why the position would impact that?
Sure. So with the torso and specifically the back, a person is able to either hyperflex or hyperextend. So in hyperflexion, they would be kind of like pulled forward with their shoulders forward, maybe bent forward, and hyperextended, they would be back, like with their shoulders back, their back arched, maybe their neck back, or even twisted, bent to the side or rotated to the side. And so those positions are going to change the distance, the actual distance at the time of the injury between those 2 injuries. So it could be that the injuries were sustained with the body at 3 inches apart, or it could have been closer or further away.
Does the fact that someone's back, as you've described, can move and twist, does that mean that it's not possible to draw conclusions about the pattern of the wound, given that those distances might change?
No, you can still make some hypothesis or draw similarities from the wounds, both from all of the measurements that we've talked about so far.
All right, I'm going to show you an additional diagram. I'm going to show you an additional diagram that adds in wound A to these measurements. Would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Is what you're looking at in this demonstrative the picture we've been looking at with measurements of wounds B through F, with some measurements between wound A and B added?
Yes.
And where wound A on the left side would be under Miss Mullis's armpit in an area that's between her side and her armpit, correct?
Correct.
And that's what's depicted on the other photo?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the depth of wound A was?
So the depth of wound A was 6 inches.
All right. And what was the relative distance between wound A and wound B?
It was 4.5 inches.
And I want to make sure that what I said was clear. I think I may have said that wound A was on the left side. Would wound A have been to the right of wound B on this picture we're looking at on the left side of the left of the two photographs?
Yes, in the left of the two photographs, the wound A would have been toward the right, kind of between the side of the body and the arm.
As part of your, as a forensic pathologist, as part of your evaluation of injuries, are you trying to think through the position that a body might have been at the time that a certain pattern of injuries occurred?
Yes, so part of my analysis, if I have no indication of what may have caused these injuries, would be to think of them individually or as a group or groups to try to come up with an idea of what type of object or instrument could have caused this. And then if an instrument is posed to me as either known to or likely to have caused those injuries, I would then analyze the injuries with that object in mind, trying to understand if it's possible to have this injury, set of injuries caused by that object.
All right, in this case, the materials you've been provided indicate that there was an object called a corn rake that was involved in these injuries?
Yes.
Did you, as part of your analysis, have an opportunity to examine the corn rake at issue in this case?
I saw photographs of the corn rake.
6 inches deep. That is a serious
In your mind,
wound.
based on everything that you reviewed, is there any question that wounds A through F were caused by Miss Mullis's body coming in contact with that corn rake in some way?
From looking at the injuries and from all of the information that I reviewed, the injuries are consistent with that, and I did not see anything where that was debated that was the object that caused these injuries.
Thinking about the corn rake that we're talking about, do you know what the distance between the tines of that corn rake are?
So the distance between the tines is just shy of 3 inches, so it's almost 3 inches.
How do you have that number?
From a photograph.
Given, so in your analysis, understanding that the object at issue here is this corn rake and that you have these injuries on Miss Mullis's back, in your opinion, is there a pattern to the injuries on Miss Mullis's back that we're looking at?
There is, yes.
And what is your opinion about what that pattern is?
My opinion is that there's 3 injuries that you can cluster together that have similar features, which is A, B, and C. There's 2 injuries that have similar features, E and F, that you can cluster together, and then there is wound D, which is kind of on its own and a little bit separate in its orientation and features.
How are you able to determine that A, B, and C are sort of one set of connected injuries?
So looking at the spacing between them, so the wounds B and C has a 3-inch length between them, and wounds A and B is 4.5 inches. That 4.5 inches is over a curved part of the body, however. So in reality, a more narrow object could make both of those injuries at the same time if it's penetrating the body, particularly at an angle. And they also have a similar orientation of the wounds themselves if you face them on like the face of a clock. So they're all going in, all 3 of them are in the same orientation that way.
And so when you say they're in the same orientation, explain to me what you mean by that.
So when we describe injuries, we can describe them using the face of a clock. So if something is straight up and down, so in orientation with the head and the feet would be straight up and down, that's vertical. You could describe that as vertical, or you could describe it as 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. If something is across the body from left to right, like straight across, you could describe that as transverse or horizontal. But putting it on the face of the clock, you could use 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. And then anything else would be oblique. and you could place it on the face of a clock using, 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock, for example. And so looking at these 3 injuries, they had a similar oblique orientation on the face of a clock that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Is your opinion about the orientation of Ms. Mullis's wounds different from Dr. Cruz's opinion about the orientation of any of these 6 wounds, A through F?
No, it is not.
You also said that E and F are wounds that you would group together, is that right?
Yes.
And why is that your opinion?
So they're 3 3/4 of an inch apart, which is, again, pretty similar to what A and B and C are, but they have a different orientation. When you put it on the face of the clock, they're both the same, E and F, but they're different from A, B, and C, and they're different than D.
What is their orientation?
These were at, my recollection is 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock is how they were described.
All right, and you said that D is in a different group?
Yeah, so D had an orientation that was just one basically number off of A, B, and C. So it was just slightly differently oriented than A, B, and C.
I want to take you back
Visuals
to Exhibit
would really help right now.
573.
Maybe even trajectory rods.
Sorry, tell me what you're saying. All right, we're showing you Exhibit 573 again. Now, Exhibit 573, is that the same image that appears on the left 2 of the photos that you were looking at a moment ago that is marked?
The ones that we just looked at that was a straight on of the back. This is from an angle.
All right, and let me go back and show you the last photo, the second to last photo that we looked at.
Okay.
While we're doing that, let me actually ask you, well, let me show you this exhibit first.
Todd's team's getting excited about something. What are they trying to get
I want to ask you a different question, and we'll come back to this. You mentioned that wounds A and B looked different than the other wounds on the back. Can you explain why those, or how those wounds had a different appearance?
Sure. So wound A, even more so than wound B, had a much larger overall size. And around the wound, so the skin around wounds A and B had additional abrasion and contusion of the surrounding skin. So in addition to the wound being larger, there was also injury to the skin around the wounds that was different than the rest of the injuries.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 561. What does Exhibit 561 depict?
So this is wound A on the right side of the body. This shows the medical therapy at the top, which is the chest tube that was inserted at the hospital. And then,
just to interrupt you, the chest tube is not wound A.
Correct. That's the medical therapy. And then below that is wound A. So there's a hole in the skin. And then there's a sort of pink to red to kind of dark, maybe purplish color around the skin around that wound A, and that is the abrasion and contusion of the skin around that wound.
So is the appearance of wound A different from the appearances of wounds C through F?
Yes.
And
here's what I found.
What specifically about the appearance of wound A in this picture was different than wounds C through F?
So rather than just having a little bit of injury around the actual wound in the skin, there was this enlarged area of abrasion and contusion around the wound. So that discoloration of the skin is different than the other wounds.
All right, I want to go back and show you one more time Exhibit 573. All right, do you see wound B in this picture?
Yes.
How was the appearance of wound B different from wound C through F?
So wound B also has that injury of the skin, that's abrasion and contusion, and this time it's above the injury, so more toward the top of the picture, and it has, from here, has kind of like a pinkish to purple coloration, and the wound itself is actually at the bottom of that, and then that discoloration and injury of the skin is above.
Did you take into account the characteristics of the corn rake in this case in thinking through how to group these injuries?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
So thinking about the spacing of the tines of the corn rake being just about 3 inches, and trying to look at on the body knowing that the body can move some or even extensively, and then looking at the features of the tines. The ends of the tines are kind of flattened, and they then sort of expand to a more rounded part of the tine. And so when I looked at the injuries and looked at Dr. Cruz's measurements, she measured all of them ultimately when she kind of reapproximated the edges of the injuries at 1/16 of an inch, which is consistent with the tines on the rake penetrating the skin, and allowed for that orientation of those tines, since they're flattened, into the body.
All right, and I want to understand what you just said. When you talk about reapproximating the edges of the injury, explain to me what that process entails.
Sure. So when a body is injured, there are invisible lines that are elastic forces in the skin that everybody has. And so when the skin is damaged, those elastic lines can pull on the wound, and they can cause them to what we call gape, or to kind of be kind of open. So if we take our hands and we remove some of that tension, we can actually make a much more accurate measurement of the wound. And so that's what Dr. Cruz did. So she reapproximated or took the edges of the wound and kind of pushed them back together to see where there was a piece of tissue that was actually lost from the puncture of that tine. And so when she did that, each of the wounds were 1/16 of an inch. That was the size of all 6 of them. So being able to push that back together, you got that approximation. So those were all the same, which made it consistent with one object also. But when you push that back together, that also allows, so you basically have this 1/16 of an inch, and then it was angled, right, or obliquely oriented like we described before. And so looking at the size and the fact that you can tell an orientation as opposed to it being just like a circle, basically, you can then look at the ends of those tines, which are flattened, and see that flattened end of the tine is consistent with what we're seeing on the body when you reapproximate the wounds.
All right, Dr. Hammers, I'm not a doctor, but is it your testimony that the holes in Miss Mullis's back are not round?
When you reapproximate them, they're not round.
All right, and is the end of the corn rake round?
That's important.
No, they're flattened to, I don't want to say it's rectangular, but they're flattened to that type of shape.
And does the fact that the wounds
flattened?
have an oblique shape, as you've described, and the corn rake has an oblique shape, does that allow you to determine, as you've described, the orientation of the wound and the orientation of the rake at the time that the rake made any of these wounds?
Yes. So because all 4 of the tines are flattened, if you have 3 wounds that have a similar orientation, and that would indicate that 3 tines are going in likely at the same time in that similar orientation.
All right, and with all of those factors in mind and those factors in your analysis that you've testified about, do you have an opinion on which, if any, of wounds A through F were caused at the same time?
So looking at just the body, from the pattern of the injuries and the individual features of each injury, it appears that wounds A, B, and C occurred at a similar time. Wounds E and F at a similar time, and wound D at a somewhat different time.
And are you basing that opinion just on their orientation?
So it's the orientation and the features of the wounds.
In thinking through that, well, let me ask you this first. Do you have an opinion on the order of wounds A through F being caused?
Well, my opinion is that wounds A and B, given the features around them, is that those likely occurred in the first set of injuries and then remained in the body while other injuries occurred, given the fact that they're distorted and they have injury of the skin beyond what the other injuries have.
I want to go back to Exhibit 561 briefly. Looking at Exhibit 561 and wound A that's depicted in 561, what about this wound leads you to conclude that a tine went into wound A and remained there?
So if you take a long blunt object and it penetrates into the skin and then there's movement, it's going to cause bruising and abrasion of that surrounding skin. So if it goes straight in and straight out, without any movement, we would not expect there to be this larger area of injury of the skin. So the fact that the wound is larger and has this area on the surface of the skin is very consistent with movement, and then ultimately putting that into the context of what was seen on the internal examination, that's also very supportive of that as well. So I'm talking right now about the skin itself, but my conclusions are made using the internal exam as well.
And we'll get to the internal exam in a moment, but just looking, thinking about your evaluation of wound A, how do you know, for instance, for wound A, that the features of the wound that you're describing, which you attribute to a tine being in wound A and being moved around, how do you know that those features aren't caused by a tine of the corn rake coming all the way out of wound A and then going back into wound A?
So, first of all, the statistical probability of a tine coming out and going back into the same spot is very low. Second of all, I would expect that the features of the wound would not have that pattern when you reapproximate them, that it would be 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of the injuries, that it would be more extended beyond that or more irregular. So the fact that we can reapproximate to that 1/16 of an inch is highly indicative of one penetrating injury.
And what is that issue in terms of reapproximating the size of the wound? What is your determination about the size of wound B in that respect?
Wound B also, when you approximate it, is 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of them. So all of the wounds are consistent with the tine penetrating the body one time, and then A and B are consistent with movement of the tines while they're in the body from that one penetrating defect.
All right.
Ms. Thompson, would this be a good place for a morning break?
I think it would, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Doctor, you can step down.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes. We'll plan on picking up at about 10 after. Court's in recess until then.
Your Honor, I'm just going to instruct the witness not to talk to anyone. I'm not going to confirm.
I'm just going to talk to the witness and tell them not to talk to anyone, but I'm not doing anything wrong. Let me see if I can get this to work. Clean feed, HDMI, channel 3. Why is this audio not working?
Of wounds C through F.
Yes.
And
here's what I found.
What's
I'm sorry. This look. The look of horror when Siri goes off in court. That jump.
Of wounds C through F.
Yes.
And
Here's what I found.
I love it. I'm sorry. That is mortifying. It's terrible. It would be worse if it was somebody in the gallery who's supposed to have their phone off, but lawyers can have their phone on. But that's funny. I've never made a short before. How do I make that a short? Can I just say become a short? YouTube. Sign in. Recovery Addict. Continue. Continue. Okay, I'm signed in. Continue. Continue. Connected successfully. Don't know how to do a short. Okay, I'm going to try. It's probably going to load it as a regular video. Choose export path. Yeah, it's going to be timeline 2. I don't know. Let's see if it works. Short, not short. Yes, spelling is important. I hope I got it right. Let's see what happens. I think it's private, so nobody can see it yet. Let me see if that works. Nope, it just went as a regular video. I don't know why it didn't work. Okay. It's up there. If you do it from your PC, it's easier. I don't know how. Create. Upload video. Select files. Sherry, your son's awesome. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I just posted it. Yeah, I just posted it normal, though. It just posted, but it didn't appear as a short. Did it work as a short? No sound on the video. So now I have to delete it. Yeah, those who got to watch it, they're lucky because it's now gone. All right, I'll figure it out. So I've got it on my editor. I just haven't got it uploaded properly. All right, so how are we doing? Sorry, I'm distracted as I tried to learn this YouTube thing. I'm an old dog, but I can learn new tricks. Ari has met his tech match. I watched 48 Hours on this episode. Quite interesting. I watched part of it on high speed. Click on your content and short. What's the resolution has to be perfect? Because I manually resized it. It's 9:16. We could talk about that later while we're listening to court. But quick little break here. It has to be 9:16 ratio perfectly. Must say I don't see how any of this testimony is changing the original finding of guilty. Welsh Lady says I'm the same. I can join others on stream, but too scared to go live as I don't know how. The live part's easy for me. A lot of people saw this trial before. I did not. I think I'd heard about it, but I did not follow the case. I have a hard time, even with this, with the expert that's on the stand right now. I have a hard time seeing this as an accident. First of all, if this was an accident, I think Meg who said this? I forget who said this, and I liked what you brought up. She would have had to have been using the tool, probably incorrectly, at the time of the accident. So she would have to have injured herself first and then fallen on it, right? The problem is there are 3 different sets of marks that could go together. I mean, there are 3 sets of injuries that appear to be caused by this tool, this implement. How do you injure yourself twice and then fall on it? It just seems incredibly unlikely. Yes, Trial TV Live did redo this trial about a month ago. I watched some of that on there. It's a big stretch. I mean, I've injured myself. It's rare to do the double injury, right? To kick something and stub your toe and then stub it again the second time as you fall. But 3 times on the same object, plus in your back. It's like 3 Stooges. Yeah, it's almost choreographed at that point. Corn rake handle was broken. Okay, let me see the pictures of that. Do we have the corn rake handle pictures? Let's take a look at the corn rake really quickly. The handle was broken. Doesn't look broken in this crime scene photo. This you can't tell because his arm's covering it. I would suggest from this picture that the handle was not broken. Because he's holding that in such a way as to balance it. And holding it, if it was the very end, he's holding the whole tool out to one side. That just seems strange. Spine side as deep as the side areas. As far as the depth goes, I got out my trusty. I think this is a framing square, which I just bought so I could fix the bathroom because it says I need to have a square place for the shower. So it's marked with inches, 6 inches for a stab to go that deep. This is a screwdriver. This is a pretty normal screwdriver, right? Regular tool. It's not like a giant one or it's not a tiny one. It's pretty normal. You're talking about a 4-inch long prong on this, which is very similar to how the prong would be on a tine. So they described it comes sort of like to a point, sort of flattened. So it's a lot like that. It's 2 inches longer than that. And that was the puncture. It went in through the back, and the injury came all the way out, so the injury was detectable on the front of her body. I don't think it penetrated all the way through her body. That's a lot. It would have to be the final. There's no way that happened, and then she like pulled it out and then did the others, right? That would have to be the final injury. If she fell on it and that was the only one that was that deep, that would make sense. But the handle was pointed up. So if she was using it as a tool to try to hook something and pull it off and it fell, she missed the hook and it like went back and got her in the back. Aunt Toots, yes, this is a live one. This is a very unique trial, first of all, because this is a civil trial where the defendant has already been found guilty. You're like, then why are we here? In Iowa, after you've been tried criminally and convicted, and you have exhausted all your criminal appeals, which Todd Mullis has, you can then sue civilly and sue the state for a new trial. So this is a post-conviction relief hearing, which is a trial. There's no jury. It's just the judge. And you're basically saying, I'm suing the state because they did it wrong for some reason. Either my lawyers were ineffective, there's new evidence, there's a list of reasons, things you can bring up. But I'm suing the state, and there could be 4 possible outcomes. I could have my sentence reduced. I could be let go completely. I could get a new trial, or I could go back and serve the rest of my sentence as ordered. It's most likely that the 4th option is what happens here. No way she could impale herself twice. I agree. The first, I can see you scratching yourself with a tool. The number of times I've hurt myself on tools is really high, but I then don't fall on the tool 2 more times after that. Seen people fall on things before. Rarely they're 2 separate fall punctures. People have fallen on fence spikes. One dude fell off a ladder, and the drill he was using went through his... Ah! That's like Final Destination stuff. Corn rakes have handles as long as a garden hoe. They're used very similar. It's basically a pitchfork, but the forks have been bent at 90 degrees. This rake was broken and handle about 3 feet long. Picks on broken baker's discord. Okay, how do we get it 3 feet long? Okay. I hear you. The tines in this picture, granted they're closer to you, but the tines are at least 6 inches long, right? So it is a short. It's a short rake. Look how everything's knocked over in there. Could that be a fall? Okay, so I'm seeing it short. I agree. It is short. The dude who fell on his drill survived. It looks like it's possibly sawed off. So it's a sawed-off rake. It's like a sawed-off shotgun, but a sawed-off rake. Clearly, it becomes a weapon if you saw it off. A short-handled rake. Yes, that's where it was found. That's where the rake was thrown as he pulled it from her body and discarded it off to the side. Okay, if you've ever hurt your back, right, and had an injury to your back, it can affect your ability to breathe. First of all, the muscles, your chest does weird contraction things. And if you have a puncture through your lungs and out your chest, she may have had difficulty, forcing her lungs to press air out of her, to even yell. It might have been very difficult to yell, even if she apparently did suffer for some time. Want to know what else the husband had for motive. Apparently he didn't know she wanted divorce and his farm was protected by family trust. Not sure if that's accurate. The farm is in a trust. I don't know when that was done. The rake was old. Yes, he found Mr. Mullis found the rake on a property across the street that he purchased. So when he expanded his farm, he found it there and he put it in the shed for later. Just waiting on the judge now. As far as motive goes, he did not want to lose his farm. He had worked on this farm since he was 6. This is his pride and joy, his baby. And a divorce would have cost him half. Half of everything. Judge is back. Here we go. Just looking at here's a better look. Thank you who sent me this. I had it already, but this is a good picture of that. You can see the tines tapered there on the end. So it does look like sort of a flat blade screwdriver on the end of each tine. Blunt force trauma 2.
Those may have occurred in the same process.
All right, and you've also put wounds E and F in one group and wound D in another, is that right?
Correct.
As between wounds E and F and wound D, do you have an opinion on which of those groupings were caused next?
Just from the features on the skin, I'm not able to make any determination regarding that.
Now, you described in your opinion, you described your process of reaching your opinions earlier, and I think one of the things you told us is that as a forensic pathologist, you do an external examination, you then do an internal examination. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to do any internal examination of Ms. Mullis's wounds here?
So I was able to review Dr. Cruz's findings and the photographs that she had taken of the internal exam, including the measurements that she had made of the wounds, some of the wounds along the wound paths, and to look at that internal process.
Did you have a narrative description from her as well about those wound paths?
Yes, so I had her autopsy report, the photos, and her notes.
Did you have testimony from Dr. Cruz as well?
Yes, I was here yesterday, and I reviewed her deposition and trial testimony.
All right, what did your... Well, let me ask you this first. How many photos of the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso did Dr. Cruz, what were taken at autopsy?
There were 2 photos, both were of the chest area. The skin was reflected, so the autopsy had been started, but the rib cage and the chest plate were still intact.
Was that a sufficient amount of photos, of visual evidence for you to reach your determinations in this case?
Well, just from photos alone, it would not have been, but I had her documentation in the autopsy reports with measurements that she had taken along some of the wound paths.
Did your review of the records related to the internal condition of Ms. Mullis's torso contribute to your opinions in this case?
Yes.
What did you note about the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso?
So particularly with wounds A and B.
And let me stop you for 1 second. Let me just show you again some of the exhibits that we were looking at before. So if you could pull up, one of the demonstratives we were looking at, Your Honor, just for the record, was exhibits 573 and 574 that had some additional demonstrative markings on them. Can you show me that exhibit?
I like the attorney's choice in pens, the G2 Pilot. Good pen.
I think the screen is still...
We'll see if it pops up here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Number one. 73 and 74. 72, bring that back out.
Can you display?
Fix it. Make it work.
Your Honor, I think the exhibit we're going to show is a demonstrative of 572 and 574.
And the witness does have it.
All right. I'm happy to proceed. I just wasn't sure if it was showing, Your Honor. Thank you. All right. Is the court able to see the...
And I can see it.
All right. Thank you. Yep. I think you were explaining for us, Dr. Hammers, what you were able to determine from your evaluation of the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso.
Sure. So particularly with wounds A and B, the internal injuries were large in comparison to the surface of the skin, but also to the other wound paths. So Dr. Cruz captured a picture of the front of the chest plate where she had tracked the path of the injury to come out of, and it was very large, the area of muscle that was damaged. She also tracked through wound path B injuries through the right lung and measured them at 1 inch. Which is also very large in comparison to the tines on the rake, and also to the injuries on the surface of the skin.
And when you're talking about large, are you talking about the depth of the wound, or are you talking about the circumference of the
the size of the wound. So the depth is, I'm not talking about the depth, I'm talking about the actual diameter or size of the wound itself.
So inside Ms. Mullis's torso, were wounds A and B larger than than any of the tines of the rake?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there other wounds of the wounds between A and F that were larger than the tines of the rake?
It was really only the injuries along the pathway associated with A and B that were enlarged like that.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from that?
So that supported the findings on the surface of the skin indicating movement of the tine within the body. So again, if the tine had gone straight in and straight out without any movement, we would expect the size of the injuries through the body to be about the size of the tine. So having them significantly larger and extended is supportive of movement of that tine within the body. And then my conclusion of those two tines remaining in the body while and moving while other injuries occurred.
So taking into account your external assessment and your internal assessment, from these assessments, were you able to determine as between E and F and as between D which injuries Ms. Mullis experienced next?
So not just from the internal and the surface of the skin, there were also markings on the clothing and I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I was going to say an absence of a defect on the clothing where wound D would be. And so by putting those three things together, the external exam, the internal exam, and the clothing, I think there is some conclusions to potentially draw from the clothing analysis.
And I do want to talk to you about the clothing. You had access to information about the clothing that Ms. Mullis was wearing at the time she was brought into the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
What information about that clothing did you have access to review?
So I had photographs of the clothing, and those photographs showed the defects in the clothes.
All right. In your process as a forensic pathologist, do you rely on clothing as part of your analysis of injuries in cases that you evaluate?
I do. So evaluation of the clothing is typically part of the external examination process. As long as the clothing comes to the autopsy, occasionally it will come later.
And how do you evaluate clothing in trying to conduct an analysis of wounds?
So what we're looking for with the clothing is, are there defects that are consistent with what we're seeing on the body, meaning in location and in size and in distribution? Are there any less defects on any of the layers of clothing than what we see on the body, or are there any more defects on any layers of the clothing that we see on the body? And then comparing the differences in the layers of clothing, which can help understand how many times each of those pieces of clothing were damaged by the object.
Setting aside layers of clothing and just talking about situations where someone only has one layer of clothes on, you mentioned that there's situations where you might see more holes in someone's shirt, for instance, than they have holes on their body. Is that right?
Occasionally, yes.
And what can be explanations for there being more holes on an item of clothing than there are wounds in that area?
Sure. So it could be either that the clothing was damaged but the body wasn't in a certain area. In some areas that's more common. Or it could be that the clothing could have been folded, and so one penetration of that clothing actually causes a small cluster of holes together in around the same place.
And what about situations where, again, setting aside the layers question and just talking about somebody who's wearing one layer of clothing, are there situations where there are fewer holes in someone's shirt than there are wounds in that area?
It's less common, but that can happen, yes.
And what are circumstances in which that could occur?
Well, in those circumstances, it would mean that the body is injured by the object, but the object did not come completely out of the clothing. So it penetrated through the clothing one time, but then caused one or more injuries to the skin without coming completely out of the clothing.
Now, you described situations where people are wearing layers of clothing. When you have a situation where a person who's passed was wearing layers of clothing, what process do you use to evaluate the layers?
So I look at all of the layers and document what I see because there definitely is valuable information in those. But ultimately, when I'm making my conclusions, I would say probably the most important layer is going to be the layer that's closest to the body, because you can have more discrepancies with the number of holes as you go out in the different layers. And depending on the quality of the clothing or the type of the clothing, it can be more challenging to evaluate that clothing and see defects.
Did you evaluate the clothing that was brought in with Miss Mullis?
I looked at the photographs that were taken of the clothing.
All right. Now, in this case, were there photographs that you had of Miss Mullis's clothing at autopsy?
Yes.
And were there photos of her clothing from the hospital as well?
Yes, there were.
Did you also have photos of her clothing that were taken during a later review of her clothing?
Yes.
Was that a review that you were present for?
I was not.
Did you rely on those photos in reaching your opinions in this case?
I would say that in part I did, but I also relied on the other photos, which were consistent with, both sets of photos were consistent with each other.
I want to show the witness Exhibit 890.
Yes. What's the source of the photo? Hang on just a second, Jen.
Got to think the clothing's still in evidence, right?
I'm not worried.
To Todd right now.
I think we're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, may do so.
All right, do you see a photograph in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What do you recognize what's depicted in photograph 890?
Yes, this is the gray t-shirt that, from my understanding, was the innermost layer of clothing that Miss Mullis was wearing.
Is this the same gray t-shirt that you saw depicted in other photographs that you reviewed as part of your analysis here?
Yes.
And was there anything that you took into account? Let me just make a record, because the state's asked me to, that this Exhibit 890, I think the parties agree, was a photograph taken by Dr. Valentina Nye during a review of evidence in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding that 890 is an article of clothing that would have been on Amy Mullis's body at the time that she was killed, and that this comes from Dr. Nye's review. Is that correct?
I'll represent that to be the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you offering 890 at this time? Or
t-shirts.
Are we just referring to it? I guess.
Let me ask the witness, Dr. Hammers, does Exhibit 890, is Exhibit 890 a true and accurate depiction of the T-shirt that you reviewed and considered as part of reaching your opinions in this case?
Yes, it is.
I would offer Exhibit 890 into evidence, then, Your Honor.
Just one here question, please.
Sure.
The photo or the item of clothing that is in 890 was taken by Dr. Nye, correct?
I don't know who took this photo.
Okay, do you know when it was taken? Was it taken sometime later?
That's my understanding, but I don't know when.
Taken later than the autopsy of Dr. Cruz, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, I'm going to show the witness a different photo.
Knight, the defense, if they can show that there was a problem with the previous trial, there was a mistake.
Objecting to 890 then at this time?
With subject to those limitations, no. At this point in time, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I don't get what limitations there were. You don't know who
Guess
took the picture?
890 is admitted with the understanding that it was taken at a later time.
So if there's new evidence
by
that would
some
have changed the outcome of the
unidentified
trial.
person or a different doctor.
All right. Dr. Hammers, have you seen other photographs of this T-shirt where it has substantially more blood on it?
I wouldn't say substantially more blood. It just was a different color, slightly. This looks more like brown than the other photos that I saw.
All right. Does that coloring difference impact your evaluation of what's on the shirt that's depicted in Exhibit 890?
No.
All right. What, if any, conclusions did you draw from reviewing photographs of the T-shirt that Ms. Mullis was wearing in this case?
So, excuse me, the photographs of the T-shirt show defects that are consistent with wounds A, B, and C, and then wounds E and F, but there's not a defect that corresponds to wound D. Wound F has a cluster of 3 defects, kind of all combined in one area.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from the fact that there are fewer defects in the T-shirt in that area than the injuries, as you've just described?
So that is, to me, that is indicative of the skin being penetrated a second time and also scraped, because there's also a scrape on the skin in between these areas without the tine exiting the clothing.
For your assessment, how important was the number of holes in the T-shirt in the area of these injuries in comparison to the number of injuries in Ms. Mullis's back?
I would say that it's just as important as all of the other information that I evaluated. It helps understand, from my perspective, the movement of the rake, and it supports the tines associated with wounds A and B likely staying in the body.
I want to show you one more time the demonstrative that we've been looking at that shows the pictures of Ms. Mullis's back with the measurements that we've been looking at. I don't have a screen, so just let me know when you're seeing that, Dr. Hammers.
I can see it.
All right. In general, all of these wounds A through F, did you note in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report that these injuries were referred to as sharp force injuries?
I did.
Is it your opinion that these injuries are sharp force injuries? And when I say these injuries, I'm talking about the wounds A through F that we've been discussing.
In my opinion, they are not sharp force injuries.
What are they?
They are penetrating blunt force injuries.
And what is the difference between a penetrating blunt force injury and a sharp force injury?
So a sharp force injury cuts and divides the skin and typically does not leave any irregular edges on the skin like we have in these injuries. And it's made by a sharp object like a knife, a scalpel, a sharp piece of glass. Blunt injuries tear the skin. When they penetrate, they tear the skin, and they tend to cause a small amount of abrasion injury around the penetrating area, and then can cause injury, especially if there's movement, in a bigger radius or diameter around the injury. So it's a different type of wound category that we use, and it has pretty specific criteria in order to categorize them.
In a forensic pathology context, is the corn rake that you examined in this case, is that a sharp object?
It is not.
Why not?
Because the ends of the corn rake, or the different aspects of the corn rake, they're not going to cut and divide the tissue, they're going to tear the tissue. And so tearing of the tissue is a blunt injury, not a sharp injury.
Does this difference between injuries caused by a sharp force object and injuries caused by a blunt force, does that distinction matter in terms of your evaluation of this case?
I would say it doesn't change the fact that they're penetrating injuries and that this is why Miss Mullis died, but it certainly puts the features of the injuries, both the external and internal, into a more clear context when evaluating the specifics of the pattern of injuries and the dynamics of how those injuries were sustained.
All right. If there's an exhibit in front of you, I think we can take that down. I want to talk about briefly about some other injuries on Miss Mullis's body. You said that you considered these injuries we've been talking about that were on her back, and I want to talk about some other areas as well. Did you notice any injuries on Miss Mullis's chest?
So she did have some injuries on her chest, yes.
And in general, what did you observe those injuries to be?
She had one defect on her right breast that was at the end of the wound path associated with wound A. And then she had bruising that was over the midline of her chest, like over her sternum, which from my review was apparent from CPR and related to that. And then she had like a small bruise that or two that were kind of on some various other areas of her torso.
Were those injuries something you determined to be blunt force injuries?
Those all fit into the category of blunt force, yes.
Does that mean those were injuries that were inflicted by another person?
No, so the one injury is from CPR, so that was inflicted essentially by trying to save Miss Mullis's life.
Did you see any other injuries on Miss Mullis's chest other than the injury you associated with CPR and the injury you associated with the wound path from her back that you found significant?
No.
All right. Did you look at some photographs and description from Dr. Cruz of injuries that were on Miss Mullis's head and face?
Yes.
Was there anything that you observed on Miss Mullis's head and face that was significant to your analysis of this case and to your opinions about the cause and manner of her death?
I would say that it was significant to my analysis of the case. In the overall context of the case, they weren't significant in the sense that they didn't cause Miss Mullis to die and weren't a significant factor in the reason that she died.
You were here yesterday for some testimony from Kelly Cruz about this injury on Miss Mullis's chin that we've been discussing.
Yes.
I want to show you an exhibit that we showed to Dr. Cruz yesterday. Which is two side-by-side photos, Your Honor, of Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570, and these have been cropped for privacy reasons. Do you have those exhibits in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted on Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570?
I do.
And what is it?
These are photographs. The one on the left is a photograph that was taken at the hospital, I believe by Dr. Thompson, and the one on the right is a photograph that was taken at the time of autopsy.
How would you describe this injury? What is it?
So to me, this is like a red to purple area on the chin that ultimately, when it's photographed at the time of autopsy, has a very dark, dry coloration to it and has a somewhat translucent quality to it as well. And it is larger and more prominent at the time of autopsy than it was at the hospital.
Is that relevant to you that it looked different at autopsy than it did at the hospital earlier?
It is.
Why?
Because if you look at this just at autopsy, it appears just from the look of it and the size of it to be much more significant than it did at the hospital. It also doesn't have all of the properties of that translucent quality to it, which has a very particular kind of force that's associated with it, and can give you an indication of how that marking came to be on the body.
How did this marking come to be on Ms. Mullis's body?
So, in my opinion, this the qualities of this on her chin are very consistent with a pressure area where her chin was pressed up against a hard surface. And because your jaw is hard and you don't have very thick skin in this area, that compression will basically press the tissues together and cause an area that will become red to purple and will become dark and translucent over a period of time.
Is this injury something that must be caused by striking a surface?
It is not. It tends to be from pressure against a hard object.
How much pressure?
The pressure typically of a person's body. We see these markings in people who are pressed up against a hard object when they're not responsive, quite commonly.
Can you give an example of where you've seen this type of injury in other cases?
Sure. So we will see this in people who have strokes and can't move and are in one position without being able to move, and also commonly in people who experience drug overdoses, particularly with opiates. They'll become unconscious, and if they're pressed up against a hard surface, they'll develop pressure marks like this.
How long would someone's body need to be pressed up against a hard surface to experience this kind of injury?
It doesn't actually take a very long time. It could be a matter of just a couple of minutes in order to cause that. It really depends on how hard the surface is, how firmly the skin is pressed up against it, and then how thick the tissue is between either like the underlying surfaces that are either bone or soft tissue.
Is this injury that's depicted in Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570 the result of somebody striking Ms. Mullis in the face?
So there are no features of that I would expect if somebody struck her in the face. We would expect her to have swelling, more extensive bruising. I don't see any of that and didn't see any documentation of that in the records.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Cruz yesterday about Ms. Mullis's ear having some bruising on it?
Yes.
Did you see that bruising in the materials you observed?
I did.
Can you determine what might have caused that bruising?
Yes.
What?
So she has multiple earrings that are in the area of that bruising and are very consistent. They're small bruises that are right in the area of those earrings. So either from, some hard like pressure against that area or the EMT who testified talked about log rolling Miss Mullis to get her on the sheet to put her in the ambulance. So certainly that process could do that with just pressure of the ear against the ground.
Did you see any? Well, let me ask you this. Dr. Cruz testified yesterday about a cut on Miss Mullis's lip. Did you see that cut when you were conducting your review of this case?
I did. I believe that she documented it and testified that it was an abrasion.
And thanks for clarifying that. I'm marking on her mouth.
Sure, yes.
And could you determine what the cause of that abrasion was?
No, there's nothing specific about that indicates like what caused it. It was small and somewhat dry to even a little bit like reddish brown on her upper lip.
Did you, in any of the materials that you reviewed, observe any swelling on Miss Mullis's face?
Her eye looked like it was kind of swollen or a little bit larger than the other side. So the left was a little larger than the right side, but there was no change in color to it under the surface of the skin.
Was that swelling an indication of blunt force trauma?
It was not. It was actually the result of the medical interventions that she underwent.
And how's that?
So she experienced something called subcutaneous emphysema. That's basically where through the process of CPR, whether it's through trying to get air into a person's body through a King tube or an endotracheal tube, or because she had injuries that involved her chest wall, air will get under the surface of the skin and travel through the fatty tissues, and it will cause basically the air to get trapped in there, and areas of the body will become they can look almost swollen. And so she had that on her left eye, and it was also documented that it was traveling down her chest all the way down to the area of like her hips.
I want to now show you an exhibit that is exhibits 566 and 634 combined, and there has been, just for the record, some slight cropping of one of these photographs just for privacy reasons.
I can see it.
Can you see those exhibits?
Yes.
What is depicted in exhibit 566 and 634 in front of you?
So this is an area of the left knee. In the right-hand picture, you can see a yellow object beneath that discoloration. That's medical intervention, as well as a small piece of tubing. That's also part of the medical intervention. Just at like the lower part of the knee, there's an area of a reddish purple contusion or bruising to the skin with some overlying scrapes or abrasions to the skin involving the knee.
Were any of the bruising that you observed or saw described in materials that you reviewed signs of a struggle with another person?
There's nothing specific about these that indicate that they're from a struggle, and also like the location and the features of them, they're not even highly likely to be from a struggle. They could be from a vast number of happenings.
I'm going to show the witness now an exhibit that is just exhibits 513 and 517 next to one another. Do you have those photos in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in exhibits 513 and 517?
So these are the back surfaces of Miss Mullis's hands. The right hand is on the bottom and the left hand is on the top, and these were taken at the time of autopsy.
Are there any injuries to Miss Mullis's hands that you can see in this picture?
There are.
And can you draw any conclusions from the injuries that you see on her hands?
I can say that they're abrasions and contusions, that they're small, and they're over, most of them are over somewhat prominent surfaces of her hands, meaning some of the like knuckle areas, and they are nondescript, so they don't let you know specifically what they're caused from.
Are these injuries signs of Miss Mullis having struggled with another person?
The number, the distribution, the pattern of them are not indicative of that. They're not even highly suggestive of that. They are, again, sort of too general to draw any specific conclusion from.
I'm going to just show the witness what we've marked as Exhibit 275.
It's bring a jar to work day.
I'm going to just show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 275. Do you recognize what Exhibit 275, or do you know what Exhibit 275 is?
I do.
Are the injuries that you see on Miss Mullis's hands consistent with someone whose hands could fit into Exhibit 275, putting their hand inside of it to wash the inside of it or to touch the inside of it in some way?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen Exhibit 275 before?
I don't know if I saw that exact one, but I have seen similar objects like that before.
Where have you seen similar objects to Exhibit 275?
When I visited the farm, I saw that those were covering like lights and being used as like a protector for light bulbs.
Mason jar
the
light bulb
injuries
cover?
that you observed on Miss Mullis's hands consistent with her knuckles or the outside of her hands being abraded on a rough surface?
Yes.
All right. In general, well, have you described all of the external injuries on Miss Mullis's body, not just on her back, but on other areas of her body that you took into account in evaluating in reaching your opinions in this case?
There's a couple of more like bruises that were on her legs that were documented in different places, but again, they were small, nondescript, and there was nothing about the location, pattern, or features of any individual wound together or alone that indicated any specific event or type of trauma that would have caused them.
Have you had cases as a forensic pathologist where the overall number of blunt force trauma injuries on someone's body was an indicator to you of the cause and manner of their death?
Yes, I have.
And is this such a case?
This is not.
Why not?
Looking at the blunt injuries in total, putting them into the context of the penetrating injuries, and then putting them into the context of what we know about how Miss Mullis was found, how she was transported to the hospital, and how she was treated at the hospital, and what she was doing prior to her being found unresponsive. The blunt injuries, again, alone and combined, really don't have, in my opinion, any significance to why she died.
Are there explanations in the process you just described, from your understanding, the things she was doing that day, the way that she was brought to the hospital, the medical intervention that would explain the markings on her body, excepting the wounds A through F that we've been discussing?
Yes, and I would add in addition, like the way that she was reported to have been found, in addition to those things.
And how would the way that she was reported to have been found, how would that impact that analysis as well?
So she was reported that her arms were under her and her face was on the ground, and so, or at least face down. So, that would help explain the jaw, the marking on her jaw, being pressed against a hard surface of the barn, and potentially explain some of the injuries on her hands from her either moving around on the ground or collapsing.
Would her being carried to a vehicle to be brought to the hospital explain some of her bruising?
It's certain.
I'm going to object as speculation as well.
Sustained.
You've told us that you reviewed records in this case, and you've explained to us your opinion and analysis about the injuries on Miss Mullis's back, the wounds A through F that we've been discussing. Taking into account everything that you reviewed in this case, Dr. Hammers, do you have an opinion on the cause of Miss Mullis's death?
I do.
What's your opinion?
So my opinion is that Miss Mullis died as a result of her left-sided pneumothorax from the penetrating injuries of her torso.
And can you explain how a pneumothorax would have caused her penetrating injuries and caused her death?
So the penetrating injuries caused her pneumothorax. And so what happens is if you have an injury that penetrates into your chest cavity, and especially if it's small, air can go into the chest cavity around the lung and put pressure on the lung, and it can't escape. So each time you breathe, air moves into that space, but it gets trapped and can't come back out. If the defect or injury is large, air is going to be able to go in and out of that injury or set of injuries. So to develop a pneumothorax, you need the air to be able to move in and become trapped, which is what was identified at the hospital, shown in the x-ray, and also documented on the right side that there was not a significant pneumothorax, if any. And so it was very clear on the x-rays that she had a pneumothorax, and that would have been caused by the 2 penetrating defects from wounds E and F that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Did Ms.
She's
Mullis
done
have
both.
a pneumothorax on her right side?
She's done both.
So she did not. So when the chest tube was inserted at the hospital, they documented that there was a small amount of blood and a small amount of air. That together with the size of the injuries that she had on her chest wall, particularly the one that I described on the front of her chest, between her muscles of her ribs, and then the larger size of that injuries A and B, the size of those injuries would allow air to move in and out of the lung and not become trapped, and that placement of the chest tube supports that fact that air was not becoming entrapped around the right lung. The other things that supports that is that the right lung was pretty well aerated or filled with air, which is not what happens when you get a pneumothorax. It presses on the lung and collapses it, like what happened on the left-hand side, and then it will also press all of your structures in the midline of your body toward the opposite side, which is what they saw very clearly on the x-ray at the hospital.
Can someone with a collapsed lung yell or scream?
They may be able to try, but it's going to be challenging for them to get any amount of air to push out of their lungs that can move across their vocal cords to give them a voice, basically, because that's what we're relying on when we talk, is the air movement out of our body across our vocal cords to be able to make our vocalizations.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about her opinion that Ms. Mullis, with her injuries, would have been alive for a few minutes potentially?
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that, yes.
After Ms. Mullis experienced the injuries that are reflected in wounds A through F, would she have been able to get up and walk around?
Yes, she would have been. So her becoming unconscious and then ultimately dying would have been a process. So when you get a pneumothorax, you don't get it all at one time. It builds up each time that you breathe. So each time you breathe, you would get more and more air into your lungs, but during that time period, you would still be conscious and be able to have willful activity.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes.
And do you agree with her testimony?
I do not.
And what do you disagree with?
So, Ms. Mullis, her mechanism of death, which is the physiologic process that happens to you when you're dying, her cause of death was basically respiratory depression occurring because of the pneumothorax. That was the primary mechanism that was happening in her body. So she was having decreased oxygen available to get into her body because of that happened because of a respiratory depression from the pneumothorax. So she wasn't dying because of anything on the right side, which Dr. Cruz did say that she may have been able to live with medical treatment on the right side, and it really was the left side.
Does Dr. Cruz's autopsy report reflect the correct mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Well, I don't believe that Dr. Cruz listed a mechanism of death in the autopsy report.
Is it a generally accepted practice in forensic pathology for the autopsy report not to reflect that?
Typically, the autopsy report does not reflect that, neither does the death certificate. That usually is something that is either answered in a conversation about what happened, or if I would go and, let's say, testify, I often am asked about the mechanism.
Did you review Dr. Cruz's trial testimony from Mr. Mullis's trial in 2019?
Yes.
Did Dr. Cruz identify the correct mechanism of death in that testimony?
She did not.
You described earlier in your testimony that you used the scientific method as part of in order to evaluate the manner of someone's death. Is that right?
So determining the manner of death and the cause of death is part of that process, yes.
All right, and did you apply the scientific method in your evaluation of Ms. Mullis's, the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
Did you test some hypotheses as part of your use of the scientific method about how to evaluate how Ms. Mullis would have received the injuries, the wounds A through F that we've been talking about in her back?
I did.
What hypotheses did you test to evaluate how Ms. Mullis received those injuries?
So when we have a penetrating injury can basically fit any category of manner of death outside of a natural death. So it could be an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or an undetermined death. So starting with all four of those is where when you have an injury is kind of the hypothesis that you're testing. And the manner of death primarily comes from the investigative information. So the autopsy alone typically does not answer the manner of death. So you can get information about the manner of death from the autopsy, but really the manner is putting the investigative information, all of the records that you have, and any kind of additional information that you have into the context of those injuries to then determine the manner of death. So the manner of death typically is not often unique or completely known just from the autopsy.
And in Ms. Mullis's case, could the manner of her death be determined just from the information that was learned at autopsy?
In my opinion, no. Dr. Cruz testified that she was aware that it was a corn rake and aware that the corn rake had been found at least partially in Miss Mullis's body, and she had the autopsy findings. She didn't have the medical records, she didn't have the EMS information, she didn't have her toxicology back, and from her testimony it sounds like she made that determination without the other information.
In your experience as a professor of pathology and a person who's been responsible for training other pathologists, is that the kind of mistake that inexperienced pathologists sometimes make? It can be. I mean, we all learn throughout our career, and we're trained, but that's not where your learning stops. So we continue to learn, to understand, to grow, and we may look back on the cases that we've done or the decisions that we've made and view them differently in light of new experiences and new training that we may undergo or more cases that we've seen. So in evaluating the manner of Ms. Mullis's death, I think it's your testimony that this is not a natural death. So in considering those other four options, did you test the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back by someone swinging the corn rake into her back? I did. And how did you test that hypothesis?
So I tested that by observing the pictures of the corn rake, understanding the size of the corn rake, the spacing of the tines, the distribution and orientation of the tines, looking at the photos of the shed, going there and seeing that area to try to understand if somebody could swing a corn rake in that area, and also looking to see what was around that area, and then putting that into what's kind of known in my training and education, what's in the literature of other types of injuries that may occur from similar objects, and then in the information that we had, both from what Ms. Mullis's husband and son reported to what was observed through the treatment and from Dr. Cruz.
What was your conclusion about whether or not that hypothesis was possible, that she received these injuries by somebody swinging this corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion was that that was not consistent with what was on her body, both in the directions that the pathways traveled in her body, and the difference in the pathways in her body, and in the context of the spacing at the shed itself.
I want to show you a demonstrative exhibit. In just one moment, Your Honor, let me explain to the state what we're going to show.
I'm guessing the state's going to be objecting to this. They objected to the glass light bulb cover, which we did have testimony that the victim was out washing the lights in the barn prior to this. I guess you have to wash the lights out in the barn.
Judge, I think we're going to have some more things, more issues. I know it's afternoon, so
we're going to object.
Sure. If this is a good time to take our lunch break so that you have some time to visit, let's do that. We'll plan on trying to pick back up about 1:15. Court is in recess until then. Doctor, you can step down. Thank you.
1:15. I think she meant 2:15 because it's 1:07 right now. That would be an 8-minute lunch. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit more time than that to talk. Are they an hour behind us? Okay, that makes a little more sense. All right, let's see. We're gonna come back after lunch and continue this. I think they're getting near the end of her testimony. She's already sort of given her, her feel on whether or not this was homicide or not, whether the other ME could have made the decision she made based off the information she had. Now they're getting to some exhibits. This is sort of like the last of what they're, I think. So we should have some cross-examination soon. Let's see. I did launch my my short. I got it posted on YouTube, so feel free to check it out and help me do better on those. Oh man. Okay. Our after lunch thumbnail is up right now, and somebody's going to win Fire Girl handmade by Wendy, first in chat. Thank you very much. We'll portal over to that. For those that asked, Mrs. R.A. is going to be home tonight. She is driving back from Virginia this afternoon. So it's going to be a bit before she gets back. And I either have to eat the rest of these Slim Jims, which I probably should save some for the podcast. These are good. These pickle-flavored Slim Jims. And they're tiny. I mean, I feel like I've had like 3 of them, but I probably had like 30. Now, there's only 28 in the box, I think. I've had less than half, so probably over my limit. Like this video, please. Says Ohio Palm Mom. Yes, if you like it, that would be great. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back and you know what we need? We forgot something. We forgot. Josh, you were supposed to remind me, but then you were gone. We might not be able to go to lunch. We might have to watch something. Let's see. What have we here? Let's go back here. Nope. We have a goat video to watch. The goat trial. We're going to watch the goat trial for lunch. Is that okay? And then we'll stop and restart for the afternoon. Let's do this. Let's see. We are 6. I think we're on 6. There we go. There's our judge. We're going up to Thurston County, Washington. Oops, that's not the one. There we go.
Robert Neff, Marilyn Burko.
Where do I have to be on this one? Up on the top. This is our goat trial. And I'm going to listen and make lunch at the same time. Is that okay?
Everybody stay standing for me, please. All raise your right hands. Swear the testimony in this case will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, I do. Maybe see it.
Get your goats ready. For those of you who have a goat, it's going to... Every time they say goats, you have to push the button.
Okay. Your neighbors?
Yes.
And for some reason, you're saying Ms. Burko has been sending you text after text after text.
Yes.
And at some point, she sent you a photo with a rifle in it.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the nature of the texts?
The rifle. Right back up. It's been going on for a while and stuff. It's basically about a fence deal, really. And my yard is actually fenced. The first 2.5 acres and the back 2.5 acres got a barbed wire fence. I have a pair of goats, and when I'm at home, I let them out in the back part to graze, free graze. Once in a while, they'll sneak through the fence into her yard and eat in her little pasture and stuff. And in the past, she said it was okay. And I said, no, it's not okay. I'd be a responsible pet owner, and I bring them back home. I just call them, and they're real good. They come back.
Here you go.
And long story short, early September, she got a dog, and now it's like an issue because she has this dog. So she's been texting me through the summer about a fence deal. I just refinanced the house with the interest rates and stuff. It's a little bit more money. So I told her, I go, over time, I will make the fence better type deal. But my goats have a pen that they stay in the pen unless I'm home, and I let them free range out back. So I'm always home when they're free ranging. So anyways, the texts went all summer long, and I was just trying to be polite and not say, no, I'm not building a fence right now. I don't have the finances. I don't have the money to just build a fence because you want it. And I don't think it's my responsibility because you have a dog that goes in my yard or goes into the other neighbor's yard. That's our responsibility to keep her dog out of our yard. So anyways, one day I was home and I get a text from her and saying that you need to come over here or something like that. So I ran outside real quick and I looked out back, and my goats are in my yard. And I look over and I see her on her property. And she says, you need to come over here. I got hurt. It's in the text messages. And then she says, I'm going to come over to you. And so I sent her a text saying, I'm not a doctor. And I knew she was a doctor. I don't have anything to dress any wounds. I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to dress wounds or anything like that. And I said, sorry you got hurt.
Go to the
but
hospital.
There's nothing I can do, kept it real brief. Anyway, she came over and my girlfriend was leaving the house, and she kind of stopped my girlfriend at the end of the driveway and stuff. And then I went out there and I told my girlfriend that she needed to go do her Shores or wherever she was going to go shopping or whatever. And I would talk to Marilyn. And Marilyn told me about the fence and that she's going to sue me for what damages happened to her. And I'm like, how's this my fault? It all happened on her property, you know? And she's like, well, you need to build a fence. I go, I'm not. First time all summer long, I looked her in her face and said, I'm not building a fence. That's it. I have a pen for my goats. They will not get out. I'll leave them in the pen forever now. And I'll feed them in the pen. There won't be an issue. Well, then she starts blowing me up all these texts over and over how I should respect her and all this stuff. And finally I got to a point where I said, you're making me uncomfortable. Please stop contacting me. And she did it again. And she did it again. So I just said again, please, you're making me uncomfortable. Please stop contacting me. And she did it again. And finally she says in one of her text messages that she's going to get a gun. It's her right. And if any animal or human comes on her property, that she's going to shoot him.
Okay, we have a bigger problem.
I'm scared for my life, especially it's a weird time right now. There's a lot of weird shootings and stuff going on and stuff like that. And I'm just not a gun person type of thing, you know. And so we called the sheriff.
Good call.
You know, the sheriff kind of heard our story. He came out. No, he didn't come out. We actually talked to him on the phone and stuff. And then he asked me to if he wanted me to call her. And I said, you know what? I think she thinks she's above authority. And if she hears it from you, maybe she'll stop calling me, you know? So he called her. Long story short, he calls us back, stuff. He goes, that was a long conversation. And we got off the phone with him and stuff. And yeah, still wasn't, you know, it bothered me that she said that. You know, I took it seriously that she said that for our own protection and stuff. And then we basically got off the phone with him, and about a week went by. It was really quiet, and I thought, well, maybe she took it seriously. Maybe she took that, you know, the conversation with him that, you know, he told her that she can't just shoot anybody that she wants to, and or animals or anything like that. You know, I don't believe the goat's attacking her or anything like that, is what he said. I'm like, yeah, the goat runs away from people, you know. And not even like 4 days later, she texts me again, and finally I'm just like, I'm fed up. I'm done with this. And then that's when we filed the protection order / harassment order.
Okay, let's listen to the other side.
Well, I would say I'm substantially in agreement with most of what Robert said, with a few exceptions. So the physical layout is what he said. There is a mesh fence in the front part, which is a good barrier for those. There used to be 2 sheep and 2 goats. Now there's 1 sheep and 2 goats. And then the back part is a barbed wire fence, which is somewhat up, but it has big enough spaces that goats can easily jump through it. And until I got the dog, I didn't care whether the goats came over. I mean, I like animals, and they could, you know, eat in my pasture. It didn't bother me at all. So I'm pretty sure that I got the dog in late October or November, although maybe they have some texts that show otherwise. But I got the dog because I have a homeless daughter who's a drug addict who was living in a car with a pit bull who was unfixed, and she fell asleep and wrecked her car. And she asked me if I would take the dog, which is not a dog I ever would have chosen to take. But under the circumstances, I said yes. And I still have that dog. So, and that was, I think, the end of October. And so I only have 2 sets of neighbors, these guys and the guys on the other side. And fences and animals are the issue with all of us. So
good fences make good neighbors.
I got the dog fixed. I got the dog vaccinated. I took the dog to Fido's farm and had them evaluate the dog. And they said he's, you know, a handful, but he's not a malicious dog. And but then at that time, I told Robert, this is not going to work anymore because these goats are over here all the time. It's not just once in a while. It was really quite regularly. And, my dog was running along their fence line, and apparently my dog was in their backyard, although I wasn't told that originally. But my dog also was in the other neighbor's backyard, and they were going to shoot him. And they said they were going to use lethal force. So, and then I got bear spray to try to protect myself and my dog from them.
Then I got bear spray.
And then what happened was I was trying to work with the dog. I would take him out and I would walk him. I had harnesses. I had martingales, which is another kind of thing. And I would try to walk the dog in my backyard, occasionally on the road, which is a private road. And I'm left-handed. So I was out rocking my dog in my own backyard. In my own backyard, there's a barbed wire fence around the other two sides, which basically is down to the ground. So it's no barrier at all to anybody. And the dog would even run back there, but it's like miles of woods back there. So, and I figured the dog could fend for himself in terms of cougars and bears and so on, which I do have back there. So,
what does she have in her backyard?
so we were walking back there for about 40 minutes one day, and we came forward to the part which was cleared. And I saw one sheep in my front, in that part of the yard, behind the mesh fence and by the barbed wire. And the sheep the goat was basically unafraid of me or the dog. He was just, she was grazing just where she often did. And I thought, well, all right, we'll gradually approach this goat and we'll sort of make her go back to where she lives. And we were, and neither the dog nor the goat seemed alarmed. And then suddenly the goat jumped through the fence, at which point my dog jumped several feet and drove me into a tree and lacerated my face. And so I had blood running down my face, and I texted Robert and said, your goat was over here, and that's why I've had this injury, and I'm going to come over. So I went over, and I had blood running down my face. I had sent a picture, and Tanya and Robert were crossing paths. She was coming, he was going. He told her to go do what she was doing. And he said, oh, you can just clean it up. And I said, well, it's over the angle of my jaw. It's near my ear. I can't see the laceration. I can't see what structures are involved. And I'm going to go have it checked out. So I went to Indigo down the road, and I had a laceration, which is about that long. It was a nice, clean laceration. It didn't involve my ear. It didn't involve the angle of my jaw. And he just glued it. And so I went home. And then over the next day or two, I realized that my hand was hurting me a lot. So I went back to Indigo, and they took an x-ray, 3 views, which showed that there seemed to be some laxity of my 4th digit, and suggesting that something was wrong. So he sent me to a hand surgeon. The hand surgeon said that I had ripped the ligaments and tendons of my 4th finger, which is why it's like this. And this injury, it doesn't need a cast or a splint, because it actually gets more stiff and has more problems if you do that. But he said this is one of the hardest injuries it takes the longest to resolve. It takes at least 6 months and sometimes longer. So I am planning to sue them for personal injury, and it is for this injury primarily, but both.
Judge is trying not to laugh.
And he knows that because I let him know that. But so when I went over and he told me, just clean it up. And then afterwards I went back and told him I was, about the laceration. And he said, you're a doctor. I'm not sorry. And I'm not really sure what that meant, but I have it in a text message.
You're a doctor.
It seemed
I'm not
callous,
sorry,
to put it mildly. And so then what I thought to myself, so I'm widowed. My husband died 2 years ago, and he was an expert marksman, and we used to have guns on the grounds.
Guns on the
I don't know if
ground?
this is relevant.
It's not.
But 6 months before he died, about 6 months before he died, he was very despondent. And I went into my garage and he had a gun to his head. I think he had a 37 and a 44 and a rifle. And I had a guy on the premises who used to do work for me. And George said, "What would you do if I shot myself in the head?" And I said, "Please don't do that." And I asked the worker who was on my premises to take those guns. And he did, but unbeknownst to me, he was actually a felon and he stole those guns. So, and I had seen the guns. I've never shot a gun. I've never owned a gun. But I do have bear in my backyard pretty often. I do have coyotes in my backyard. I do have people who used to work for me who were unreliable, and they know where I live. They know the grounds intimately. And then I have these neighbors and the other neighbors who basically have kept me isolated for the last 2 years. You know, they never help. Tanya occasionally asks how I'm doing. And then the fence, because I had really been asking him from when I got the Pickle, you know, like, this is going to be an accident waiting to happen. That's really my thought. And I guessed that he was having financial difficulties. And I suggested that I could go halves with him on the fencing, but he wasn't interested. And then I said, my workers who I had there at that time, I said, my workers can put in this fence, because he said he already had the materials. And he just said, no, I'm not doing it, period. And then this thing happened, because the accident that I predicted would happen, a variant of that happened. Should I stop for a moment? Okay, no?
I know. Is there anything more you need to tell me?
Well, then I just decided to get a gun. And I have never, I'm a retired pediatrician. I've worked for reliable gun legislation at the legislature for years. I know a gun in the house is usually a bad idea, but in this particular case, there was only me. And I figured a rifle would be a good thing to get, because I can shoot whatever I'm shooting at a distance, not myself, but, you know, and my intention was to use it as necessary on my own premises. And that's still my intention.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Neff, anything else you want to say?
Okay, I had to run. There was somebody in my yard trying to get my house.
This is a very long story that I don't want to waste your time with. So,
what did I miss?
Judge, can I say one other thing?
Sure.
In his statement, he says that I'm suicidal. And there's some truth to that. Not today, but I have been suicidal somewhat over the past couple of years.
Oh, man.
Which is why I would never get a handgun, right? But I do feel that on the balance, given the wildlife that's in my own backyard, given the other, you know, the animals coming and going, and so on and so forth, that I need to have my Second Amendment rights.
All right. Thank you.
Whoa.
And the purpose of sending a photo with the weapon is just to let them know.
To let them know that I am part of the neighborhood now. And I don't know, I know they say that they don't have guns. And, well, I guess that's not what he said, but I think I'm the only one in the neighborhood without guns. And I know that there's target practicing behind their house on a fairly regular basis, as well as further down the street. And so somebody, you know, I feel that I need to defend myself. And I will say one further thing, which is I talked to 2 Thurston County deputies about this incident. So first I called animal control, and they said, no, livestock are not animal control. Livestock are whatever. There's a whole other category, right? So then I called the the Thurston County Sheriff, and he said, what did he say? Well, he said, have you looked at the RCW? It's like, no, I have not. And I don't even know how to look them up. So that officer looked them up and kind of paraphrased them for me. And what he told me is that if the livestock is on your land, it's yours to claim. And then he also said, well, it was about the livestock we were talking about. So then I said to him, it's like in the Old West. It's
She's
like
a
if
goat rustler.
if the longhorn comes on your ranch, it now belongs to you and you can shoot it and eat it. And we laughed about that. And then, so when I texted Robert that, if your livestock or you come on my property, I have the right to shoot you. That was actually my understanding. And then I talked to the second deputy, who he must have spoken with at length, because that guy called me up and said, this sounds like terroristic threatening, or, well, as a minimum. I mean, no, maybe as a maximum. He said, this sounds like terroristic threatening. Are you planning to go kill them or their animals? And it's like, no, I'm not. And he said, well, you need to understand that in this state, the RCW says you can only kill the animals or the person if they are an imminent threat to you. So
I'm looking for that.
I guess there's a few questions I have about that. The first is,
define threats.
if a person is an imminent threat to me, I hope I recognize it fast enough to do something useful. But regarding the goat, the goat was not an imminent threat to me, but the scenario was an imminent threat to me. So if I wait till the goat comes and attacks me, that's not going to fix my problem. What was the second question? Well, then there's a few questions about, like, we're supposed to be 1,000 feet apart from each other. I don't even think our houses are 1,000 feet apart from each other.
Somebody has to move.
And
Someone's
then
got to move.
The third person who's named in their household, I think, is Robert's stepdaughter or daughter. Anyway, to my knowledge, she doesn't live there. I have met her before, or I've seen her before, but if she were to come anywhere on the street, I wouldn't recognize her. So it's kind of hard for me to comply with both those things.
How would you know who to
there is
shoot
no
then?
order, so.
Well, if there were an order.
Okay, so, I mean, I just want to be clear, there's nothing that restricts anything by distance at all. No restriction on it.
Well, I'm willing to stop harassing them. And I'm really not planning to kill anybody, sheep or goats or anybody, if they stay off my property. And I do want to have a rifle, and I will learn to shoot it. And I think I need it for all the reasons that I just mentioned.
Okay.
All the reasons?
Thank you.
Or just some of them?
And Ms. Boldis, did you want to add in?
Yeah. Well, first, it's not my daughter that's mentioned in there. It's his mother and her boyfriend. My daughter is not mentioned anywhere in there because she doesn't live there anymore. I did want to make a statement, but now I don't remember what it was. But it was
pen and paper, guys.
Oh, it was our neighbor that's next to us that has his own range on weapons that he fires off. So I just wanted to let her know that it's not us, that it's happening in our backyard. It's the neighbors that are next to us. And then I believe he has neighbors on his other side that they have their own range of weapons that they fire off. So it is not happening in our backyard.
Can I ask as a point of clarification? You don't have guns?
I never said I didn't have guns. I said I did not fire my guns in my backyard.
Oh.
So.
Let's just clarify. Do you have guns?
All right.
This is
Sounds
so
like
bad.
an armed neighborhood to me.
Somebody needs to move.
It's rural.
It's county, right?
It's rural. Yeah.
Oh, my. Right.
Yeah. Judge? Dispense wisdom here.
we have a constitutional right to own firearms, but that has to be exercised responsibly. And firearms aren't the solution to
neighbor disputes.
Any but the most immediate problem. So, for example, Dr. Burko, shooting somebody because they're trespassing you on your property will have you end up in jail on a murder charge.
I get that. And
So,
I just don't
what the
disagree.
law says is, in that regard, is not only is the danger imminent, but you have to be threatened with the same level of violence. So if somebody's raising their fist to you, there's an argument that you can't use a firearm. And there could be permutations of that might change that a bit, but I would not view your weapon as a personal safety weapon from another person. And the shooting of livestock or pets is, obviously it's going to cause great consternation to the other party and probably forever poison that relationship. I hear cases not frequently, I hear cases occasionally involving cows and other livestock that wander continually, break down their fences, go to neighbors' property. They're found in the road. They're found all over the place. And even though it's irritating to people, most people work out a process by which they call the neighbor comes over, gets their animal, returns the animal. On the other hand, for Mr. Neff, you've told me the goats are in the pen now. If you know that they have this pattern of getting out a fence, which you haven't been able to afford to make sure they can't get out of, in that case, you have to keep them in the pen because you are responsible for any damage they can do to anybody else. And I'm not going to weigh in on whether there's a actual claim for personal injury in this case. That
you missed two commas.
If that case comes before me, then I'll
you missed two
weigh
commas
in
in
on
this
it,
one.
but that case isn't before me. But if you're going to keep goats, you have to make sure that your goats aren't invading other people's spaces. They have the right not to have your goats on their property. Much like you have the right not to have a pit bull on your property. So I'm not going to enter an order in this case. Dr. Burko, Mr. Neff and Ms. Mullis don't want to get your texts.
That will stop, I guarantee it.
And I'm not going to enter an order. So you folks will have a little flexibility here in saying, hey, your goats are on my property again, so they know and can come get them. Or, hey, your dog is scaring, is on my property barking at my goats, so that it can come get them. But outside of that, there shouldn't be communication back and forth. You both have heard each other. You both know what the issues of concern are. It doesn't appear like they are presenting any sort of firearm danger to you. It sounds like it's their neighbors who are doing the shooting. So I don't want you to think that you're under attack. And I'm not going to restrict your ability to possess a firearm. You're a doctor. You understand the nature of depression. And
yes, I do.
Firearms with depressed people is not a great thing. But, I've listened to you and I have no concern about your competency and your ability to rationally through that process. So,
I have concerns.
Can I just clarify a couple things? So the other people named in that complaint are your mother and father, who are visitors sometimes. Is that right?
They're staying with us.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
Okay.
Do they have guns?
Well, what should I do so I know how to recognize them?
Well, nobody can be on your property unless you give them permission.
Right.
So I suspect you won't find Ms. Boldis's parents on your property crawling through the barbed wire fence.
See, okay. Well, and the other thing is, I just paid $14,000 to get a fence put up on my property, which is not yet built, but will be. And that is so that the pit bull and I can be safe.
Right.
But that's only a portion of my property. It's only like an acre and a half, maybe out of 5.5 acres. And in the backwoods where, he can run free, he doesn't run off, but there's no way to secure that much property.
Right.
So
if
that's your
you
deal.
let them run into the back, the same thing for Mr. Neff and his goats. He's responsible for making sure if they're not on his property, they're not doing damage to somebody else, and you're responsible for your dog when it's not confined in your property, that's not doing damage someplace else.
Well, and I have found out that every time your dog goes on somebody's property, there's I think it's a $50 fine, which if it's only an occasional thing and he's not really harming anybody, I mean, I'm not saying I would make a habit of that, but that might be kind of an inevitability. But if my dog is actually posing a risk to anybody, of course, I need to know about it.
Okay.
Judge says, okay, we're
I think
done
we've
here.
worked our way through this
We're
one.
done here.
Thank you.
I will sign the denial order, so have all three of you sit tight and we'll give you a copy of it.
We'll let you leave the courturt at different times, too.
Ms. Boldes and Mr. Neff, you're welcome to come back and seek another order if, in fact, there's behavior that you think warrants it. Same for Dr. Burko, you come seek an order, but, I can't order goats to not change property. I can't order a dog not to go onto somebody else's property. All we can deal with are the owners of those animals, and you both sound like you are taking steps to restrain the impulses of your animals to wander, and hopefully that will keep things down, and they don't need to get all the texts about building the fence. If you want them to contribute to a fence that's built, it's a reasonable thing for neighbors to do, to ask each other, and you can do that. But if they say no, that's no. You can't force them to do that unless you sue them. And we'll just leave it there.
Apparently, you're going to sue them already for damages. Did I miss that resolution? Did he explain to her that your dog pulling on the leash and causing you to trip is not the goat owner's problem? Okay, I know the next case is funny as well, and I have it. I have the one after this, but I need to see what's happening here. 29 goats, says Jennifer Juniper. 29 goats in that one. We were counting. Okay, so I heard yelling from outside my house. I hear voices right outside my window. I'm like, what's going on? And apparently, the city just decided they can enter my basement when they want, just to see where my sump pump comes from. I don't find that very funny, nor do I think it's okay. And I'm going to go see if they did any damage to the door that they opened and then engaged my sump pump to see how it worked, and then we're filming. It's like, yeah, our boss wanted to see where this water was coming from. I'm like, why are you on my property?
One of the things we
Three of them
in conducting actual hearings is that the parties, when they're able to hear each other without getting into an argument between each other, have a little bit deeper understanding of where each party is. And given that context, we hope there's a little bit more empathy towards the needs of the other person, and perhaps some accommodation to allow the people to coexist as neighbors without constantly feeling under siege from the other one. So I hope that occurs here, since you have heard each other and you've politely listened to each other. And I know that Dr. Burke has indicated she's contemplating a lawsuit. She'll speak to a lawyer, and the lawyer will advise her whether in fact she has a basis for a lawsuit or not. And if that happens, try not to let it, besides just irritate you, don't let it cause more combat between the parties.
Because
the process
you're not
play
going to
out.
have to pay out. Don't worry.
It will.
It will play out.
Judge,
yes.
Can I ask you one last question? So I also got a surveillance system put up just the other day for the same reason. And so now I can see all directions of my property, but only so far out. But from what I heard earlier, it sounds like you need to very intentionally not pay attention to what's going on their side of the fence.
Privacy,
right?
privacy is a big concern.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to make sure that your security cameras
are not
providing your security or not providing security for the whole neighborhood.
Okay.
All right. We'll give you each a copy of the denial order just so you have it for your records.
Denied.
I appreciate you speaking respectfully to each other. Thank you.
Even though it was crazy. Here's the thing. I recognize the water guys, and they're wearing their uniforms. Our city's not that big. I know who they are. But you don't come in my house just to see how the plumbing's working. So I probably have to make a couple calls, and then I'll have to eat some lunch other than the Slim Jims.
My dog is interviewing for a 3-week boot camp this afternoon.
The dog is?
It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, I imagine. Which one are you taking your dog to?
It's called Lead Me On Ursula. They deal with.
I have to Google this. Hang
I
on.
don't know if he's a difficult dog. He's just young and crazy.
Yeah. Well, you know, unfortunately, you have a breed, as you know, that just by its mere presence can be intimidating.
Ursula's Lead Me On boarding and training.
You know, I think, frankly, most of the bad press around that breed comes from those dogs being owned by people who are bad pet owners and are cruel probably to their dogs, and the dogs reflect that in a pretty, in a way that is not healthy, obviously. Good owners can have good pets. Owners who aren't good can have bad pets. And so, you know, it's probably not
$560 a week.
It's the owner's fault. All right, folks, we each have a copy for you.
$560 for a week, $1,120 for 2 weeks, $1,680 for 3 weeks.
Thank you.
$2,240 for 4 weeks, and $2,800 for 5 weeks.
Nope. Thank you all.
Boot camp board and train. That's on sale. It's regularly $630.
Ms. Flanagan and Ms. Adams.
Okay, hang on. Pause. We're not going to go to Flanagan and Adams just yet. I have a few things to do. First of all, I did raise my goat at those people and told them to get off my property. Now I have some calls to make. I have to go to lunch and call the city and say, what were you thinking? Let me go check for any damage to the door, which I'm hoping it was unlocked at the time they opened it from the outside, so I get to see what's happening. But anyway, I heard them first and then caught them. So I didn't let them in. No, I'd let them go, let them leave. All right, it's lunchtime. It's going to be a quick lunchtime. You only get about half an hour, a little under half an hour to eat lunch. Then we're going to be back in court, continuing with part 2. The thumbnail's already built. The portal is already built. We're going to transfer you right over to the new one. I'm going to sort out my city and teach them a few things about what property rights mean. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about half an hour with part 4, I believe. I think it's part 4 of this Todd Mullis post-conviction relief hearing. It's a civil suit. The judge is the jury. The prosecutors are the plaintiff, or the defendant. The convicted, Todd, carries the burden of proof. It's new, it's different, and I'm loving it. We'll see you guys after the break.